with you now is to dance with you once again. Da 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 da. All I want is to feel you so close, just to be with you till the end. Da 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 da. We might be oceans apart, but maybe you can hear it's the sound of my heart. Da 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 da. All I want is to dance with you now to the beat of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. It feels like dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. All I want is to dance with you now, is to dance with you once again. Da 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 da. All I want is to feel you so close, just to be with you till the end. Da 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 da. We might be oceans apart, but maybe you can hear it's the sound of my heart. Da 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 da. All I want is to dance with you now to the beat of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. We might be oceans apart, but maybe you can hear it's the sound of my heart. Da 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 da. All I want is to dance with you now to the beat of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. It feels like
We're going back to the old school. Way back in the day. People came from miles around to hear the music play. We're going back to the old school. Back to the old school. Going back to the old school. 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 Back to the 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 old school. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting soon, so please take your seats. I'm Benjamin Martin, Secretary General of the Ocean Thermal Energy Association and also of Xenesis Inc. I'll be your moderator today. We'd like to kick things off right away with our greetings. First, we'd like to ask Dr. Satya Bama from the UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center, University Technology, Malaysia. She's Director and Senior Lecturer, and also Chair of the Ocean Thermal Energy OTEA's committee, Symposium Committee. So ask her to give the greetings on behalf of OTEA, and then we'll switch over to greetings from Sobina.
Thank you, Benjamin. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Welcome to the 10th International OTEC Symposium. We are from the Whistler, Florida Hotel Convention Center at the Guanabara Hall in Rio de Janeiro. All right, hope I got it correct, okay. Hola, good morning is hola, right? All is hola, right? Hola, good morning, ohayo gozaimasu, vanakkam, and salam sejahtera. All right, I'm Satya Bama, as Benjamin already highlighted, the Symposium Chair of Ocean Thermal Energy Association, OTEA. We welcome everyone to join OTEA. It's still free of charge to join OTEA. It's like-minded people gathering together and sharing, the activities about ocean thermal energy conversion throughout the world. Okay, firstly, acknowledging OTEA EXO Chair, Professor Dr. Yasuyuki Ikeyami is sitting there, all right, Vice Chairs. I'm one of the Vice Chair, and of course Joel now, is the Vice Chair for America and, America and Europe, yes. And Secretary General Benjamin Martin is here. Country delegates who most probably online, because I just requested for the online, so we are all streaming online, and the members of OTEA. Also Sobina, so it is our great pleasure and honor to have Prof. Joel Sena Sales and his team, Brazilian team, worked very hard to organize and host and materialize the 10th International OTEC Symposium. All right. Sincere gratitude to Sobina for their overwhelming support, and in fact, I think yesterday also we are receiving emails about the online streaming thingy. All right, and also support sponsors, CNPQ, CRN, and Global OTEC for their support and sponsors. So with that, let's kickstart, and wishing everyone a great conference today and tomorrow. And I think the 6th we have some excursion to or a visit tour to the university. Looking forward. Thank you. Back to you, Benjamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satya. Next, to welcome everybody and introduce the event, and of course provide greetings from Sobina, we have the local committee chair and also director, vice chair of OTEA, Dr. Sales. Please come forward and provide your greetings.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank you all for being here, and also for the people online. So I'm speaking here with 3 different hats. So one is the university, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. The other is Sobina, our naval architecture, the Brazilian Society of Naval Architectures. And the other is OTEA. But first, on behalf of Sobina, I would like to thank you all, and also OTEA for helping us and joining us on organizing this Congress. Last year we did a workshop on the same subject. It was not the International Symposium, but it was already some, appetizer for this year. And we are very happy that on the last year, we are hearing a lot more about OTEC in Brazil and in Rio de Janeiro. And I think that's the main reason we are all here, is to promote this technology that we hope is one of the best alternatives for generating clean energy. Our country, Brazil, I always say, we are very lucky every time, maybe, but not always we have the ability to use this luck that we have. We have plenty of resources and good people, good land, and not always we are able to use it. So we hope that this time it will be different. I think the timing is nice, the best maybe. We are on one of the best places in the world for OTEC. And we have also, as we are going to see here during those 2 days, we have also the support and the know-how of the oil industry in Brazil. Because in Brazil we believe that even that we have in mind that the generator of energy should be clean, we still know that that will not possible to do it without the oil energy. So they have the money and they have the know-how to do it offshore. So I think that's a good example for the world to do the transition. And I hope that our country will be at least one of the leaders on this transition. So again, on behalf of Sobina, of COP UFRJ, and also I'd like to thank you for our main sponsor, which is the National Institute for Research, CNPq. And also would like to thank the help of Liga Naval, which is an institute from the students of naval architecture. They help us a lot. So thank you again, and I hope we are going to have a very nice symposium. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So next, we'd like to kick off right away with our first keynote speaker. He is the chair of the Executive Committee of Ocean Thermal Energy Association and the director professor of the Institute of Ocean Energy, Saga University. He's one of the world's leading researchers and specialists in ocean thermal energy conversion. Dr. Ikegami Yasuyuki, please come to the front. He's the director of Institute of Ocean Energy, Saga University. He has led a distinguished career, having joined the university in 1991, leading the research and development of OTEC and other ocean energy technologies there. He's a delegate from Japan, and he has led the committee from IEA, Ocean Energy Systems, delegate of Japan on IEC, TC114 on OTEC, and chair of our organization. Please enjoy.
Bon dia. Yeah, good morning, ohayo gozaimasu. So, I'm very honored to the keynote lecture, keynote speak. So, as I introduce, I'm OTE as a chair, executive committees. So, as a first presentation, I would like to introduce a new stage of the OTEC. Now, this year, I feel the new stage of the OTEC. So, Saga University, over 50 years investigated on OTEC. Yeah, and I 40 years. So, this year's very key years. So, one of the years, 10th International OTEC Symposium. Yeah, 10 years ago, long time OTEC Symposium stopped, but we are restarted the OTEC communities. So, and many evidence to promote the OTEC now in this year. So later, I would like to introduce this stage. So OTEC is, I feel, is one of the most focus on the leading carbon neutrality contributed. So I'm a member IEA OES, International Energy Association Ocean Energy System. I'm delegate of Japan. So this executive communities it's difficult. Executive committees reported ocean energy and net zero to be contributed. So as a four key result. One of the target 300 gigawatt by ocean energies and about 700,000 jobs created using ocean energy and 340 billion in the gross value added and 5 million ton reduction in the carbon emissions. So, as you know well, ocean energy, many ocean energies, wind, ocean wind, or wave, tidal current, ocean current, and OTEC. So, in this community, OTEC is the highest potential in the world. So, this year, this IEA-OES reported ocean thermal energy conversion OTEC economics update and strategies. So in this report, this is economic values about 0.1 cent, 0.2 cent per kilowatt hour. So later, Mr. Benjamin San will presentation in detail because he's a author. This is a report. Oh, okay. Sorry. So, and this is a good press release. This press release, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion at last COP28 by CISDOC, December 2023. So Tonga Prime Minister is the chair, CISDOC. CISDOC, Small Island Development Countries, authorized by UN. So about 40 countries and 12 regions. So this press release, CISDOC area, small island development states are in disparate situation as we have a little space left to deploy land-based solar PV and wind to meet our energy needed. The ocean is our resources of last resort. So after this press release, many countries watched OTEC because this press release requested $5 million for the ocean energy project. Ocean energy project is mainly two projects. One project is a Kumejima project using OTEC. Later I will explain Kumejima. And this is a floating OTEC in the Africa. So related to UN, UNIDO. Sorry, back. So in Kumejima is what expected not only energy, water and cooling data center or cooling building or food agriculture and agriculture, not only energies. And this project is a floating OTEC, is produce cheap energies and sustainabilities. Then, this year, July in Japan, Pacific Island Leaders Meeting, 10th meeting is Palam 10 is held in Tokyo. 18 president and prime minister gather in Tokyo to discuss the sustainability, development, and carbon neutral, so on. So in this forum, so Palam 10 declared joint action plan including OTEC, first time including OTEC. So contributing to island communities around the world. So for the small island development is contributed using OTEC. So also consider introducing OTEC, next generation of decarbonization technologies. Then, Japanese government, this September, announcement, Japanese government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and JICA aim to implement OTEC in the Republic of the Palau with technical support from Saga University, our university. So September. In this newspaper, so expected proceed with the install of the power plant in as a first step, aiming to start operation by 2027. And by 2027, as the Japanese government is promoting OTEC in first step, the Palau. Next, another Pacific island. So Saga University joined JICA to contribute it and promoting in OTEC project. Next step, JICA is planning the 1 megawatt OTEC in Palau. So, and JICA is started SATREPS project with Malaysia, Japan and Malaysia SATREPS project. So, this project is focused on the Malaysia model and HOTEC system, new hybrid OTEC system. Next. So, what's new hybrid OTEC system? New hybrid OTEC system is a jointed hybrid energy part and desalinated part. Energy part already implementation in Okinawa. Desalinated part is already implementation in India. So next. So OTEC part and next. Desalinated part as one system, we are implementation the OTEC system. Next. So in this project is develops a new heat exchanger. This is we call the EVACON, evaporation phase and condensation phase. So as one system, you get electricity and desalinated water, and increasing the performance. Please, next. So this project is jointed Saga University, Japan side leader, and UTM, Dr. Satya's University, so jointed this project. Next. So this project is a constructed hybrid OTEC system supported by JICA and previous. So now move to the Malaysia, this system, to already install the Malaysia at the Port Dickson. This building new OTEC center supported by MOHE in Malaysia government. So next January, we will open the ceremony. We expected that this is a center of the excellence in the Asian countries and in the world. So why Malaysia? We expected OTEC in Malaysia because Malaysia is a high potential. Later, Dr. Satya is explained. Next. So first we selected 10 sites, the sub-state, then evaluate next. Next, 4 sites selected. So sub-state and Sarawak state. So next, on-land type, floating type. So Sarawak state is enactment is announcement already. Then private sector, 3 private sector is an announcement they want to install the sub-state in Malaysia. Next. So this is enactment. If you're interested, please reach to the address. Next. So another Sarawak's Prime Minister proposed study on the ocean summer energy. So now we are a new stage in Malaysia to implementation of the commercial OTEC. We expect it. Next. So as I introduced Kumejima now implementations of OTEC. So now from Kumejima model to the global GX model is expected in the world now. So Kumejima model is introduced IRENA, IEA, UNIDO, so on. Next. Many newspapers, international reports, the expected Kumejima model for island carbon neutral contributed. So Kumejima model is very famous now in the world. Next, as global access. This is a plant. Next. So this is plant of 100 kilowatt facilities connected with the private local grid power company and world first to take demonstration success and second boom. So longest operation in the world, this system. But 100 kilowatt OTEC is not economically. Only we get the data to 1 mega, 10 mega, 100 mega to design the OTEC system. But this is very small OTEC than commercial OTEC, but very, very important OTEC system. Next. So Kumejima is very small town, 7,000 population. Next. So this town, Kumejima, is already realized the Kumejima model, GX model, not only energy. Center of the GX model is the OTEC. So after OTEC use the deep sea oil and cold sea oil, warm sea oil, so it contributed to protect the coral and oyster production and microalgae, water production, agriculture, sea grapes, so on. This is the number one production in Japan. Small island, but this number one production in Japan because using deep sea oil, huge deep sea oil contributed. Next. So Kumejima town, the announcement is toward 2040 until 2040 realize 100 renewable energies. So going carbon neutral. So base load is OTEC, 1 megawatt onshore and 5 megawatt offshore. And solar hybrid system, solar PV and battery. Next. So Kumejima is many industry occurs using deep sea oil, not only energies. Kumejima is very small town, so now production industries and sugarcane industry, twice industries bigger. Next. So now in Japan is promoting this concept. We propose implementation offshore ocean water intake system. This is not only a usual infrastructure project. This is green infrastructure project. This deep sea distribution company supported the government, so distributed the fisher business, agriculture business, other business, food and drink, and the power generation entry. So if you realize that this system, so decrease energy cost, food cost, so on. Actually, in Kumejima already realized, so fisher companies pays deep sea oil, 6 cents, 4 cents per ton. So some companies pays for the deep sea oil. This concept is very important to extend the OTEC concept in the world and promoting carbon neutral. Next. So, as you know well, OTEC potential is, this area is OTEC favorite state. So also don't forget Brazil next, this year. So this is robot is shows this Brazil potential. So this area is very high potential. So then I want to propose as a first OTEC in the Fernando Island, because this is very important. So if you realize 100% renewable energies, so needed the OTEC, I think so. Next. This August, I visited Fernando's. So after this OTEC symposium, after discussion how to realize that this is OTEC, Professor Shinohara is the chair. So this is I visited, so I checked some best site and so on. Next. So as you know, there are many OTEC projects proposed, operation and only concept, so on. So next. Next. So OTEC roadmap from Japan. So first is a 100 kilowatt OTEC, next 1 megawatt, then 10 megawatt, 100 megawatt. United States and Lockheed Martin, another company, is first 10 megawatt, but in Japan is the first next 1 megawatt planning now. Next. So MOL, Mitsui Oil MOL company, is now leader as a private sector in Japan OTEC project. MOL is an OTEC project in Mauritius, in Africa, step closer to the commercialize. And MOL is promoted world first OTEC conversion by around 2026 as a commercialized. So this supported by Ministry of Environment, Japanese government. Next. So now we are constructed heat exchanger for 1 megawatt. Now two heat exchanger already installed for 200 kilowatt OTEC powers. So after success, we want to accelerate it 1 megawatt OTEC. Next. So 20 years ago, Lockheed Martin proposed this concept, floating OTEC, and produce ammonia and hydrogen. Recently, very focused on some founder, banker, or governor, because now huge blue ammonia, blue hydrogen so required in the world now to realize a carbon neutral. So this concept we want to realize as a near futures. Next. Next. Thank you. Arigato. Obrigado. Arigato. Next. Arigato. This last pronunciation very similar. Thank you, attention.
Thank you, Professor. Are there any questions from the audience by chance?
Thanks for the presentation. I just have one question. You presented in the last panel hydrogen and ammonia as blue technology. I'm a bit confused. I would expect to be green. What's the reason they're considered blue and not green? What's the reason?
So not using oil or coal to produce ammonia. So now is ammonia produced using oil or coal now. So, but this concept is not use emissions of CO2. Yeah. So we are blue ammonia or green ammonia.
Thank you, Doc. Am I on? Thank you. That was an excellent overview for what you're doing. Two questions. With the 100 kilowatt test that you're doing, you are putting electricity into the grid. Yeah. Is the 100 kilowatts the gross or the net? I think it's the net.
Yeah, we evaluate this performance as 60% net power. 60% net power, 40% is a pumping.
Is a pumping. So
Yeah,
you're saying
yeah.
60 kilowatts goes into electricity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So evaluate. Yeah.
Yes. The sites in Malaysia are for floating or for land-based sites?
Yeah, now is our experimental apparatus is on-land type, but finally is on-land type, is a floating type is expected, but depends on the company. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to say let's together new stage. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, so we have a short break, so that there's coffee and drinks in the back, and then we'll come back just before 10 o'clock for our first session, OTEC Potential. Please have a break.
Hello, everyone. My
But not moving this one back. No. Yeah, but maybe change battery.
Oh, maybe. I can see. Check. Okay, I'll check. Thank you. Only the laser, because of the LED, it doesn't work anyway, okay?
電線はもう吸収してるから。これ液晶だからね。
そうね。これ液晶だからね。
液晶かプラズマか、まあでも。
全然数字が見えないもん、僕も。
Everyone's enjoying meeting each other, but we'll be starting again in 3 minutes, so please start heading back towards your chairs. Okay, we'll be starting again in just a minute. Our next and first session is OTEC Potential. We have 4 distinguished speakers, 2 joining us online via video, so we appreciate everyone's interest and support. I'd like to ask our first speaker, Dr. Roberto Valente de Souza, from the University Federal do Rio de Janeiro, from COPE and Locke, a researcher there. Through all of these, please feel free to introduce yourself further after you come up to the stage if you'd like.
Good morning for everybody. I would like to say thank you to all the members of the organized committee of attending the International Symposium, and say thank you to my university, of my laboratory, the Laboratory of Ocean Currents. And I have to say thank you to my supervisor and my partner of research, Professor and Dr. Joel Sena Salles Jr., my other partner of research, Dr. Rodrigo Gomes Klein. And when I work, research, we call in this presentation Brazilian Ocean Thermal Energy Park and Sites. I organized this presentation in 4 sections. The 4 sections is a brief introduction about the formation of vertical profile and the heat content in Brazilian waters and the Atlantic South. The second section is to represent the statistical methods, statistical treatment I use to make possible obtain the results I present to you, and the model I use in these results too. The third section, the results and the conclusion are the map of represents the ocean thermal energy park in terms of Brazil. The introduction is about our study region was the South Atlantic Ocean, and especially the Blue Amazon. In terms of OTEC properties, the simple OTEC properties, I really need to say this region has hot and cold water masses with high representation in terms of thermal content. This resource is found in the region of National Sovereignty of the Blue Amazon, called in Brazilian Ocean Territory. And this region has approximately 4.4 million of square kilometers, and half of this region have thermal gradient appropriate to run organic cycle in application of plants OTEC. And we have to say the energy sites with high thermal content is near to the portion of coasts of Brazilian waters. And in Brazilian Blue Amazon, we have shortest portions of the internal shelf to explore these offshore OTEC plants. And we have other possibilities of onshore plants and other sites with deep ocean resources. My formation has related to a physical oceanography. We need to understand how the formation of this thermal content in Brazilian waters. I have put here some figure of the classical work in oceanography we call Sturman England. This synthesis represents the mean circulation and surface layer of the South Atlantic. In terms of Brazilian waters, it's very important some specific current, but for formation, this anti-cycle gyro represented in the portion of the South Atlantic, we have four currents to make the incomplete gyro. The first, the South Atlantic current. The second, the current runs in the near of African coast is the Benguela current, and the important for us is the South Atlantic currents, South Equatorial currents. That current, before creating two currents, is very important for the rod content of surface layers in Brazilian waters in terms of Blue Amazon. Is the Brazilian current and the North Brazilian current. These two currents are responsible for the hot source of thermal content in the surface layer or entire Blue Amazon. To understand the formation of the heat content, we need to understand that surface flux carry with her the water masses was composed in the South Atlantic vertical profile. We have three masses in Brazilian waters have so important to make possible the application of OTEC platform, offshore OTEC platforms. These three water masses was the tropical water. The name of the water is the name in this position of formation. And all names I say here is the location where the mass is formed. Because that we have tropical water in the surface layer of the ocean. We have South Atlantic Central water in the intermediate layer of the ocean, and Antarctic intermediate water in the deep layer of this representation for OTEC proposals. To better understand the stratification of thermal energy, I run a model for physical oceanography, has the parameters of the water masses, has temperature, salinity, density, and oxygen, nitrity, and other chemical properties of the masses. And what we see with these properties, we see the distribution of these masses representing the 1,000 meters of vertical profile, who represents the portion we want to capture the water in the surface, the hot water pipe, and in the deepness profile, the capture of the water with CWP, the cold water profile. But this analysis I made is in the coast of Rio de Janeiro, in the portion between Cabo Frio and Arraial do Cabo. Principle, but for represent this in the surface layer, we see has an upwelling system come to surface. This upwelling system come to surface represent the process. We are very important in terms of deep ocean resources in the continental way. We can assess this water in the continental, in the places of Arraial and Cabo Frio. Because that we can apply a Kumejima model. I'm sorry, I'm thirsty. cold water pipe for me. Has continued, I'm saying, and we have to possibly to apply the Kumejima model, who Professor Ikegami say, in the continental way in Brazilian waters. Is the first site I indicate to you in terms of exploration of Brazilian resources of OTEC. After that, I just say I separate for this model I run 3 layers in the terms of observation of the vertical profile. These 3 layers will represent the special regions for the applying OTEC researches. I represent the deep layer, represent the mixture of the water of South Atlantic in the few meters, and the Antarctic intermediate water in the deepest position. And I have the intermediate layer, represents the South Atlantic central water, and this South Atlantic central waters is the water who have upwelling in the coast of Rio de Janeiro. This is to represent to you. I'm too big person. Sorry for that. I made this run model. If you want to, this model is optimal multi-parameters, is optimal to represent the percentage of the mixture of the water masses in the ocean. After I show to you the form, the way the vertical profile have made the thermal content of Brazilian waters, I want to show to you a synthetic form of the methodology I made to obtain my results to present to you. The global model I use in this study is not I have the reference of Lockheed Martin mission systems and sensors. He used this model to observe the OTEC resources in the North Atlantic, and I use these models to observe the process in the South Atlantic. This model is so representing OTEC process because 3 specific approaches. The surface exchange process, the model represents very well the interface of atmosphere and surfaces and the chemical and physical process made in this area. And we have a precision advection in the density fields. Why this is so important? Because we change properties very well representing the extract layers and the correct positions of applying hot water pipe and cold water pipe in Brazilian waters. And the last, the term hybrid in the name of model represent the flow and the interaction with the bathymetric fields precising, made possible see the upwelling system in the coast, the slope in the intercontinental shelf of Brazilian waters, because this model is the best 3D model of the ocean to apply and observe OTEC resources. This model has a radial spatial resolution, approximately with 90 kilometers. This model have 40 levels, deep up to 6,400 meters, and the data I collect is is of 2 experiments, and we have temperature, salinity, and density information every 3 hours in the time sequence. I collected 20 years of data for this study. The organize of data to make this research is about the statistical treatment to create a calendar year representing these 20 years of average. I put every hour in a day specific year and make overlap of this data. Created a day average, a monthly average, seasonal average, interannual average, and the annual average to observe the behavior of temperature, salinity, density, and other properties we want to understand to apply a model theoretical attack. Has a flow chart to understand the steps of you obtain and confirm the operation of attack in Brazilian waters. The first is the results of the 2 experiments of HICON. The Julian climatology made this statistical treatment. The variable of time-space of thermal gradient, the difference of temperature in the Blue Amazon. The energy sites I can identify because the variable of time and space thermal gradient. The series of day temperatures to see the sensitivity of variation of the season in these properties. And with that, I can say the OTEC plants have 100% of factor operation in Brazilian waters. All day calendar with operation of the system is important to say in the organic Rankine cycle. I have to say when we upload a new cycles, thermodynamic cycles, we have a new regions of the operation because the difference of temperature changes because that the region of operations changes too. And for conclusion, I obtained the map of OTEC Park, or in your case, Brazilian OTEC Park. The results, these results are in process of review in the Journal of Ocean Engineering and Marine Energy to be published in the, it's able to be published in the first months of the next year. I have put these 2 gaps to understand the results I present you. There are gradients in Blue Amazon appropriate for application on tech system. This response I made for the first step of observation of the averages. The first step is observation of monthly average in the terms of isolines. I represent the thermal gradient with these isolines you see, is the thermal difference representing 20 Celsius degree of difference temperature. And what we want to see, you want to see the migration of this line represent the region we can operate attack higher of this line. All region higher of this line have possibility to operational attack in the organic cycle, Rankine organic cycle way. As we see in the first 5 months, I don't have too much variation of this this isoline. But we came to June, we see a great migration for the coast of Rio de Janeiro. We start in the coast of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, and when we came to the June, this line stays in the coast of Rio de Janeiro. For the next 6 months, I see that line stop in the coast of Rio de Janeiro until came the months of November and December. We can see the migration of this line to the coast of, the interface of coast of Santa Catarina, Rio Grande do Sul. And for resuming this variation of months, we see the same pattern in the seasonal average. We see in the months of summer, the isoline stay in the coast of Rio Grande do Sul, and we came to the fall, we see in the coast of the interface and between Santa Catarina and Rio Grande do Sul, and the months of the spring and winter, we see this isoline in the coast of Rio de Janeiro. That figure, my favorite professor Ikegami showed in his presentation, I like to say thank you to be part of your presentation. This represents the annual average. In this average, I choose the points I made the test of sensibility of these properties. in representing the 8 points of vertical profile I want to investigate to see if have factor conditions of 100% of operation of plants OTEC in offshore way. And the first gap, we respond. We have 8 extruders of thermal content capable to operate OTEC systems in Brazil. Now we see the present conditions for continuous operation in entire year of calendar for operation of OTEC system. Oh, sorry. We can put the animation, please. This is a run of my treatment, statistical treatment, representing the variation of surface of the model, representing the same variation we see in the monthly and seasonal average, representing the migration of the hot content of the surface layer between the south portion of Blue Amazon to the north portion. We see the same migration. This animation is about the surface. Don't passing. Okay, run the animation, please. Now we see the variation of temperature in 1,000 meters. What we see in this animation, we see that don't have variation in this dip of the profile. What we say with that? We say the variation associated with thermal content is related of the ocean surface of Brazilian waters in relation of variation of altitude position and radiation came to the surface of the ocean. Please pass for me. And the last was the relation of surface and 1,000 meters coming the difference temperature in the Brazilian waters. Please run animation. As we see the same pattern of variation, the same form of variation we see in the ocean surface, we see now on the difference temperature. What we think about when you see that, have the same variation associated of the ocean surface in the different temperatures. Now, for observe more specifically the variation of the points I choose in the annual average, we see an entire year passage of the 8 points in the points I choose for the annual average. We see in the surface, we have a different temperature in the season of the winter and the spring, 6 Celsius degree of variation in surface because the seasonality. In the deep position, we see just 0.6 variation in the 80 points of the Brazilian coast. With this information, I made observation of these 8 points in terms with these 8 points reach the value of 20 degrees of the difference along the year. With this information, we can see how deep we need to apply the hot water profile, the hot water pipe, and the cold water pipe. In the point 1, we see operation in 600 meters for the hot water pipe, and on the surface put the hot water pipe. We can operate an entire year with CWP in 600 meters of operation. It's very important because when we have the shorter CWP, we have a lot of problems we have in OTEC, have this increase in costs of operation. And the same pattern we see in the point 2, the same position of hot water pipe and cold water pipe. In the point 3, we now have the operation just in 800 meters for application of cold water pipe. And in the point 4 until the point 8, the point 4 we have just a little days in the operation. We can have capture the water with 20 degrees of difference temperature, but we have to operate the CWP in 1,000 meters up in this point. In point 5, we don't have factor of operation in 100%. And the point 6, 7, 8, they have entire seasons of no operation in terms of difference temperature. With this information I showed to you, I represent the 3 thermal structures is operating an entire year with 100% factor. This represents a region with this thermal structures, and here I propose to observe the distance of the coast of these energy sites and these regions. We have a lot of distance, but I'm highlighting the distance of DD in the coast of Bahia. We have just 12 kilometers of the offshore operation in relation to the continental coast. Opa. Okay. The professor showed my conclusion in his presentation, and I really like that too. And that's the representation of the limitation of ocean region subject that continuous operation on tech plants, highlight the dark blue with these geographic limits of, we call in this work, Brazilian Ocean Thermal Energy Park. And highlighting, we are the region in Rio de Janeiro, we can apply deep ocean model resource with Kumijima model and upwelling system positioned in the city of between Arraial do Cabo and Cabo Frio, and have 3 archipelagos we can apply onshore application with characters of the offshore. With the same high content, but onshore because these archipelagos, and they have the atoll of rockets with the same capacity. I'd like to say thank you all, and thank you my laboratory, my universe, the Professor Joel, the Professor Kling, who made possible continues my research after I finish my PhD, and say thank you to all the people who have participated in this research. Really appreciate it. It's a great honor to present to you.
Thank you, Doctor. We don't have time for questions, but if you do have questions, please grab him during the break, and then you can ask your individual questions later. Next up, we have spatial and temporal variability of ocean thermal energy resources of the Pacific Islands. This is a video presentation provided by Dr. Jessica Borges Postarati from the Institute of Ocean Energy, Saga University.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Borges Postarati. I'm a Brazilian researcher in Japan, and today my presentation is going to be about the spatial and temporal variability of ocean thermal energy resource of the Pacific Islands. This is actually part of the work that I did for my doctoral thesis. So this was actually published and developed during the last 4 years. And you can see the main parts that I'm going to show here today in the paper that I'm showing here. So this was actually a partnership between me, my supervisor, and Saga University. And currently, I'm not at University of Tokyo anymore where I got my doctoral thesis, but I'm actually working at the Institute of Ocean Energy, Saga. So to start with the topic, my research was centered around the equatorial Pacific Ocean. And the reason for that is because every time we look at resource maps, we always see this big red area in the Pacific Ocean where temperature is much higher. And we can see here in both images that temperature is much higher here near Papua New Guinea and in the equatorial region and the South Pacific Ocean. And the reason that it happens is because of a very complex equatorial circulation in this region. And the whole area is actually comprised of several countries and territories. So in total, it's 22 countries and territories. So this is a very interesting area because of the complex ocean circulation and because of the number of islands that are present here. And when it comes to thermal power resources in the Pacific Ocean, there has been studies in the past, starting from 81 from Dunbar, and the latest one from 2013. So they already mapped and already knew that there were resources in the region, and the resolution of the data they have been using has been improving significantly. But still, there are major issues that have not been tackled yet. So what we learned so far until today is that there are resources there. Some studies, including this one from 2012, actually managed to name the islands that have OTEP resources. And you can see them here in this table. It's not only Pacific Islands here, there's also other small island territories. And what we don't know still is that are the islands that they mentioned the only ones that have OTEP potential, and is this resource varying temporally and spatially? And if we use up-to-date data with high resolution, do we have any different findings? So that's what I wanted to do with this study. So to start analyzing the resources, OTEC resources in the Pacific, I chose 18 islands that are representing 18 different countries and territories. They are all inhabited and they have the largest population of each country and territory because I wanted to focus on the most populated islands of each place. And you can see that they're all within the equatorial region and also a lot of South Pacific islands, most of the islands in the South Pacific. What I wanted to do is analyze a small-scale OTEC. So I was considering a 1 megawatt OTEC plant that's going to have cascade use of deep sea water, because in these small islands, it is crucial that we don't only have the electricity, but also other uses for deep sea water that can enhance the local industries and can add new industries into these islands. And here is just an example of what I was considering for my study. This is based on OTAC Eco Park that we created for Southern Malaysia, but this is what I wanted to do for my research, is consider this cascade use of deep sea water with all these different industries combined together in the same place. So it's a small 1 megawatt plant connected to different industries. That was the main idea. So the actual resource analysis is coming from high resolution data. So to use high resolution data, there are two main methodologies. The first one is ocean modeling, where we actually have to use or develop a software such as the regional ocean modeling system, which is the most used ocean model up to date. So this study that I'm using here as an example is from the Hawaii Islands that was done by the Pacific Islands Ocean Observing System. And the reason why it's not used very often is because of the high computational costs and also high time costs. The simulations usually take weeks to finish, sometimes even months. The second methodology option that I found was to use in situ data coupled with satellite data. So I'm using the satellite data to represent the sea surface temperature and the sea surface temperature variation. And one study that I used as an example to create the methodology was the study for the Mauritius Island, where they used a 3-day composite of satellite image with 1 kilometer resolution to identify potential areas for OTEC near Mauritius. So for my methodology, the first part was to analyze in situ data. So the data that I chose was the Argo profile, which is from the Argo project. So this is the largest data set that we have currently that has the temperature profile from 0 to 2,000 meters depth. And I used 20 years of data from their database. So I gathered all of these measurements, these 20 years of measurements, for all of these islands, and then I found the average temperature profile. So here's an example of a profile for Nauru. So these are all the in situ measurements that were taken from the profiling floats. And after gathering all of this data, I could find the averaged temperature profile. So here is the average temperature for Nauru that was based on 64 profiling temperature data from Argo. I found there's some high standard deviation from the surface until around 300 meters depth. But after 500 meters, the temperature is assumed constant because of the very low standard deviation. So because I found that the temperature was varying very little for deep sea water, I just assumed it to be constant to simplify my calculations. So I gathered the temperature profiles for all the 18 islands. And when I analyzed all the profiles together, I found that there are certain groups with similar characteristics. And I grouped them into 5 different groups. And you can see here with the different colors where they're located. So there's group 1, black, group 2, green, group 3, yellow, group 4, blue, and group 5, red. And the reason for these different groupings wasn't only just based on looking at the profile and seeing what it fits. It was actually based on data analysis for the thermocline depth. So the thermocline depth is the depth where we achieve deep sea water temperature. So the technical definition here would be where the temperature gradient reduces to 0.5 degrees Celsius per meter. So temperature is changing very little from the thermocline onwards. So we call this the thermocline depth. So I found that there are certain groups where the thermocline depth are very similar. And this is based on the temperature profiles, the average temperature profiles, and the temperature gradient. So analyzing this data, I managed to identify the different groups that have similar characteristics. And you're going to see them very often from now on. The second part of the methodology was to analyze not the temperature profile, but the sea surface temperature, because I was working with satellite products. So I found 1 kilometer resolution data from the NURSST database. So this is a level 4 satellite data. And because we have 20 years of data here, I could analyze the spatial and temporal variability. And I could actually visualize the coastal features of the island because the resolution was so high. So as an example, here is the island of Pohnpei. And you can see that Pohnpei has some coral reefs around and has some meandral areas. And we can see them with the satellite image with 1 kilometer resolution. Not perfectly, but we can see more features here than we would be able to see with, for example, 1 kilometer 8 kilometer resolution HICOM data. So at least with this high resolution, we can better represent the islands and visualize the spatial variability. So the first step to analyze temporal variability was to look at the seasons. So here are the 4 seasons, A, B, C, and D. And I did the seasonal means for the whole domain. And then I analyzed them separately, split into the 5 different groups that I showed before. But I'm also comparing them with Kumejima, which is the purple line, because Kumejima is where OTEC is already located, and you can see the very big difference between the Pacific Islands and Kumejima, because seasonal variability is much higher in Kumejima. It reaches 27% seasonal variability. And the closest we have would be the islands in the south, which are these red dots at the South Pacific Ocean, at the southmost area. They have 12% variability. It's much smaller than Kumejima, but still the highest in the region. So to look at the interannual variability, something that I wanted to analyze was the effect of the ENSO at the sea surface temperature. So Pacific is where the ENSO effects are very prominent in terms of sea surface temperature. And by looking at the Oceanic Nino Index from 2022 to 2022 for the Nino Region 4, which is where my islands are located, I could make the comparison to see what was happening with sea surface temperature. So I knew that there was a La Nina event in 2008 and El Nino event in 2009, and I wanted to compare these 2 years. And if you look at the equatorial islands, for example, Nauru and Tarawa, during La Nina, the temperatures were much lower, around 28 degrees. And 1 year after, just 1 year after, during the El Nino event, the temperatures increased to almost 30 degrees Celsius. So the interannual variability is actually quite significant in the central area. And another important thing that I also want to note is that not every El Nino and La Nina event are the same. They have different effects. So I'm comparing here 2 El Nino events. So technically, they should both increase the temperature in the Pacific. But if we look at 2009 and 2015, the temperatures were much higher during 2015. So even the El Nino events, they have differences between each other. So the interannual variability are difficult to predict, but they are much more noticeable in the equatorial islands, the group 3, Nauru and Tarawa. So the next part, after having all this data combined, is to estimate the power density. So the equation that you're seeing here is based on the NADO report for ocean energy resources from 2011. I use this equation to estimate power density, which is based on balance of the heat transfer rate. And I also estimated the annual energy production. So I estimated power density and annual energy production. And for the annual energy production, I had to make assumptions based on the 1 megawatt OTEC plant. So you're seeing the values here that are used for the equation. So I estimate the gross power based on the Rajagopalan and Nihao study from 2013 and use it for annual energy production and compare the islands in terms of resources. So first for the power density, when I estimate power density, so this is the spatial analysis. You can see power density is higher in this region here, which we call it the warm pool. The warm pool is where the SST is higher. So because SST is higher, power density is also going to be higher. And overall, most of the islands to the north and central Pacific have high power density. The lowest is found in the south, in the extreme south. And the lowest of all the islands were actually Grantier from New Caledonia. In terms of annual energy power production, my focus was to study the interannual variability and seasonal variability, not just the resource itself. So you can see here, this is the annual energy power, this is the average, the climatology, and this is the gross power. So the first plot is showing the interannual variability, which is usually low for most of the islands, except for group 3, Nauru and Tarawa, which has a higher interannual variability because of the effects of ENSO. And group 5, even though they have low variability, they also have a lot of outliers. So those are values that fell outside of the threshold. Those were special events. For the seasonal variability, we can see that there's very high seasonal variability when we go to the south. So the southern islands have much higher variability, followed by the group 1, which are the islands that are northmost in the Pacific. Those are two factors that we have to take into account when looking at OTEC resources in the Pacific. We have to look at the seasonal variability because it does exist, and also the interannual variability, which can be significant. So a few discussion points that I would like to bring. The first one is the variability of the SST. So there is some interannual variability that we can notice more on the islands in the central Pacific, from the group 3, which is Nauru and Tarawa, and from group 5, which are in the south of the Pacific. And the ENSO events, if you look here, this is the timeline of oceanic Nino index. We do have almost yearly ENSO events, La Nina and El Nino. And they are not always the same. So the effects that they cause, the changes that they cause, the sea surface temperature changes are always different from one event to another. So the effects of ENSO can vary in the domain, in the Pacific domain. Another point that I would like to bring up is that I did compare HICON data, which is the highest resolution global ocean model data that we have. This is around 8 kilometers resolution, and I compared it with my 1 kilometer resolution SST from satellite data, because I wanted to see if this global model that we currently already have available, is it already too far off from the satellite data? Are they very different, or is the model data also suitable for this type of analysis? And I found that the temperature difference between those two data sets is actually very small. And they're more noticeable only in this central west area in the Pacific, but there's no inhabited islands here, so not really significant for this research in particular. And the variability goes from 0.5 degrees to negative to positive. And this is actually very small variability. And for OTEC variability, I found that using HICON data and satellite data, there was no significant difference in terms of annual energy production. But this is actually good news because it means that we can use global model data for OTEC analysis. And if I look into some particular islands through the years, I can see that from year to year there's some very significant changes in temperature, as you're seeing here. So this is for Nauru. The temperature has been varying from 28 to 30 degrees, which are also being affected by ENSO. And another example is actually here for Malaita Island. So if I look through the years, I'm going to see that not only there's some temporal variability, but also spatial variability. You can see that the southern part of the island is going to show lower temperature than the northern part of the island. So the spatial variability is around 1.75%, which is very low. And the interannual variability is a little bit higher, so 2.36%. So we have the spatial variability in the Pacific, which is low, but we have the temporal variability, which is a very important factor to consider. So this is just a brief summary of our study. And I'd like to thank you for listening. If you have any questions about our previous study, or if you like any of the data, or if you have any feedback, you can contact me on this email. Thank you very much.
We have OTEC and offshore wind complementary along the Brazilian coastline. So we'd like to ask our next speaker up. That is Dr. Segin F. Seven from the University of Rio, from COPE, and the Offshore Renewable Energy Group, professor there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm talking about the OTEC and offshore wind complementary along the Brazilian coastline. My name is Daniela Leite Correia, And this work were made by the Dr. Mohsen Nalayan, Dr. Milad Shadman, Dr. Jefferson de Almeida, and Professor Sejan Stefan. We are from the Offshore Renewable Energy Group, GERO, in Ocean Engineering Program in Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. So before I start talking about this work, I'd like to talk about our project in the Offshore Renewable Energy Group. We have a project about a tech with the Petrobras, that is an oil company in Brazil. And the title of the project is Petrobras Power to X. And the objective is to prospect solutions for the supply of the electrical energy to the subsea oil and gas production systems, take into account disruptive technology and still aligns with the market. So we have different objectives here. For example, we have the definition of the environmental parameters and the floating platforms. So we need to analyze the energy of the resources and the project data at the installation site, definition of the tech platform dimensions. We have the objective of the couple analysis of wind and tech systems. So we need to do some analysis of the hydrostructural behavior of the floating platform pipe coupled systems. And we have the definition of the cost of generation, wind and tech generation estimate at different temperature scales. And my present work, I will talk about this definition here, the wind and tech generation estimate at different temperature scales in our project. So the location of the study, we select two petroleum exploration basins. The first one is the Amapá Deep Water Basin that's located in the equatorial margin. And in this basin is not currently used for the oil production. However, it holds a significant potential as Petrobras, that is funding us, that is a Brazilian oil company, is pursuing a license for drilling the FZA-M59 block. And this block is located 175 kilometers off the coast at a depth of 2,880 meters. And it's anticipated to contain a substation of oil reserves. And another basin that we choose is the Campos Basin, that it extends from the Espírito Santo coastline to the northern Rio de Janeiro. In this basin, it's responsible for 80% of Brazilian oil production. So making the country the largest and the most significant petroleum basin that we have. So for this study, we focus in the Albacora field, and we're in the Campos Basin that's located 120 kilometers off the coast at a depth of 2,100 meters. So the objective of this main study is to demonstrate the variability of this resource in the equatorial margin and in the Southeast Basin, as well their complementarity. So we need two different data to make the analysis of these two renewable energies. In NOTEC, we use the HICO that is very used in NOTEC studies. The HICO model is based on a hybrid vertical coordinate systems, combines Z-level and isopycnal layers. We use hourly data resolution between 1st January 2022 and December 31, 2022. And to analyze the offshore wind energy, we use the ERA5, that's the 5th generation reanalysis dataset, produced by the European Center for Major Range Weather Forecasts under the Copernicus Climate Change Service. And the ERA5 has resolutions of 31 kilometers. So the first step in the methodology was to calculate the offshore wind energy. In ERA5, we got the wind speed and direction in 100 meters high, but we desired the height of 150 meters. So we made these calculations for we get the wind speed and direction in 150 kilometers. And after that, we calculate this wind energy using the flow redirection and induction in the states that we call Flores, that was developed in the USA and in the Delft University of Technology. So we analyzed one turbine of 15 megawatts, and the cutting wind speed, that is the minimum wind speed that which the turbine begins to generate power, is 3 meters per second, and the turbine reaches its rate power output at a wind speed of 11 meters per second. And the turbine cut off wind speed of 25 meters per second, behind which it stops operating to avoid some structures damage. Now talking about the OTEC, we choose the Rankine cycle with ammonia. We consider 4 main thermodynamic states from the cycle. So the first one is the saturated vapor state. The second is the saturated state with a mixture of water and vapor leaving the turbine. The third, saturated liquid state after the condenser. And the fourth is the compressed solid state. So to provide the heat necessary for the cycle, we use the surface water, and the heat source for the heat sink, we use the cold seawater that comes from the deep layers of ocean. And talking about the efficiency of the tech, we know that it's very common to use the Carnot cycle, and the efficiency of the tech is not so high because the tech has a lot of consumptions and Rankine inversibilities, pumps, heat exchange efficiency, for example. And to construct an tech model, we need to follow some steps. So we need to input parameters, the physical properties of fluids, make some calculations of attack cycle states, work and heat calculations of seawater mass flow rate, the heat transfer areas that we need to know to calculate how much evaporators and condensers we will use in our attack, calculations of pipe diameters, pressure drops, and efficiency and power of the attack systems. So the input parameters that we use is the temperature of warm and cold seawater, the temperature in the evaporator and condenser, and the minimum temperature difference in evaporator and condenser, and isotropic efficiency of pumps and turbine. So the attack is estimated based on the most frequent temperature observed during 1 year. When the temperature rises above this level, the Rankine cycle enters in the superheated state, leading into an increase in attack efficiency. So we need to do our optimization model, and the objective to do this optimization model is to maximize the system efficiency, considering the losses and the work of pumping. So the optimized parameters was the mass flow rate of the working fluid, that is ammonia, and the warm and the cold waters, the operating temperatures in the evaporator and condenser, and the minimal temperature difference in the evaporator and condenser. And to do this optimization model, we use the method of sequential least square programming, that is the deterministic number of the optimization. So here we made a verification of the attack model. You can see that these yellow lines are the optimization parameters that we use, and the green ones are the model output. So in the first column, you can see the original quantity. So if we calculate the attack cycle without optimization. And we can notice here in the green lines, the attack efficiency without optimization, we got 2.15%. In the optimization model, we got 2.78. And the attack power, that is the net power, without optimization, we got 2.46 megawatts percent. And in the optimization quantity, we got the 2.76 megawatts. So optimization in the model can increase the efficiency and the net power of the cycle. So talking about the methodology that we use to analyze the complementarity between these two renewable energies. We start with the Pearson correlation that is widely used in energy studies because it's used for various purposes. For example, it's used for efficient renewable-based power systems in operation and planning of existing powers and energy systems, and to improve the efficiency and their reliability. So here we can find this equation that uses the standard variation and the covariance. After you use also the Cannon correlation that's also widely used in several authors for assessing complementarity between renewable energy. And we also would like to know the temperature variability of these energies. So we calculate the coefficient of variation for both renewable energies. So here you can start to see the results. So we compare one attack of 15 megawatts net power and one wind offshore of 50 megawatts. And we present the power production data for both the Amapá Deep Water Basin and for Campos Basin in 2022. The blue bars represent the wind energy production, while the red bars shows the combined energy output of wind and attack systems. So we can notice that in Amapá Deep Water Basin, that is this first one, we observe a significant enhance in energy production when combined wind and attack, especially during the last wind months that in this case this year were during the winter. This highlights the potential for the complementarity between these resources to stabilize the power output through this year. For the Campos Basin, while the wind energy remains strong, the interaction of the attacks contribute to filling the gaps during the periods of low wind intensity, further smoothing the variability in energy production. So this visual demonstrates that the importance of multi-source approach in the marine energy projects, particularly for regions with this fluctuating wind partners. So here you can see these tables. These first two tables is about the complementarity. So this first one, in Amapá Deep Water Basin, the percent correlation coefficient between attack and wind is less 0.65, and the candle is less 0.5, indicating a strong negative correlation and a complementarity. For we have a complementarity, we need a negative correlation. Because we have a positive correlation, we have synergy. On the other hand, the Campos Basin show a lower value with percent coefficients of less 0.19 and candle coefficients of less 0.13, suggesting weaker complementarity between these resources if we compare to the equatorial margin. So looking now to the mean energy production, in Amapá Basin, the attack constantly produces around 50 megawatts across all the seasons, while the wind energy shows a variability, peaking in autumn at 10.25 and dropping significantly during the winter. In the Campos Basin, also, the attack also maintains the steady output of around 15 megawatts, while wind energy varies less, ranging from 6.09 megawatts to 90.23 megawatts in the spring. So these results highlight the importance of evaluating complementarity and seasonal variability and for hybrid renewable energy systems in offshore settings. So now you can see the coefficient of variation and the energy production in Amapá and the Campos Basin in different seasons. So in Amapá, the OTEX resource show a very low coefficient of variation with values between 0 or so without variation to 0.2 in autumn, so indicate a constant energy output. And the wind energy displayed a significantly high variation. We could notice in the last graphic the variations of the wind were really very strong this year. So in Campos Basin now, the OTEC again demonstrates stability with a very constant low variability between 0, 0.1, 0.2, and the wind energy, however, is slightly less variable if we compare to the equatorial margin. So some conclusions is that the OTEC system optimization model that we did increased the system efficiency. And the complementarity of the offshore wind and the OTEC is stronger in the equatorial margin than in the southeast basin in Brazil. The variability of OTEC is higher in Campos Basin due to the highest frequency of the cold fronts in the region. And the OTEC demonstrated a stable energy output across all the seasons, maintaining values around 15 megawatts. And the seasonal fluctuations of wind energy can be offset by the constant generation of the OTEC, enhance the variability and the stability of the renewable energy supply in both basins. So here you can see this beautiful face of the members of the Offshore Renewable Energy Group, GERO, that participates of the OTEC project. That is this project that I talked in the first slide. So here we have the Professor Sejane Farid Stefan and the Professor Milad Shadman. They are the coordinators of this project for us. And then you can see the research that works in these projects, making the cost calculations, the resource data, making the structural analysis. It's a multidisciplinary group, as you can see here. We have oceanographers, mechanical engineers, naval engineers, civil engineers. It's a very huge group. And here you can find a QR code for you go to our page and keep in contact with us. Thank you so much.
Cooling, freshwater, and more. And our speaker for this, it's going to be a video again, but it is Andrea Copping, Dr. Andrea Copping of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, and also of University of Washington. She's a senior advisor and researcher.
Hello, I'm very pleased to be here to share our OTEC project with you. We are looking at multiple uses for OTEC, including power, cooling, freshwater, and more. My name is Andrea Copping. I'm with Pacific Northwest National Laboratory in the U.S., and I want to acknowledge my co-authors at PNNL, Haley Farr, Chris Rumpel, Kyung-Min Park, Xiaoqing Yang, and Fadia Rolano. We've been looking at the feasibility of OTEC in U.S. waters for several years now. We first of all reached out to experts around the world to understand their experience. We'd looked at barriers to development as well as opportunities. And we developed use cases that will look at feasibility in the Caribbean for Puerto Rico and St. Croix, and also in the Pacific, Hawaii and Guam. We've done resource assessment already in Puerto Rico and Hawaii, and we've been looking at Guam for a number of uses, including aquaculture and their grid. The point of this project is really to try to put a little meat on the idea that OTEC can be used for a lot of other end uses, power, disaster recovery, freshwater, aquaculture, and so on, and to really determine, is this possible, and which of these uses are compatible and work well together. So our multi-use OTEC platform, we are partnered with Mackay Engineering and Ocean Era, both in Hawaii. We're looking at the area off Nelha, which is off Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii, where there's been an OTEC plant for some time. We are looking at trade-offs among these multiple uses, looking at specific environmental effects, and we've developed a new plume model I'll talk about. We've gone to the community to understand their needs and their values around marine energy and OTEC. So specifically, we're looking at the technical feasibility for an OTEC platform that can provide power, seawater air conditioning and district cooling, fresh water from desalination, enhancements to aquaculture, critical mineral extraction from seawater, not seabed mining, but from seawater, and also eventually e-fuels, perhaps ammonia and hydrogen. So the area we're looking at is Nelha. This plant's been there since the 1970s. It's not used for power very much anymore. It's mostly for research purposes, and it provides seawater air conditioning for nearby installations. If a larger plant were to be developed here, there is a port nearby that is useful for both installation but also maintenance. So we first went to the community to really see what their thoughts were on renewable energy in Hawaii, and specifically OTEC. This is just one of the slides we used with them, trying to explain to them why renewable energy is so important. We know why: climate change mitigation, energy independence, etc. And then we went through each of the other renewable energy sources, trying to show what was feasible, what wasn't. Land-based wind, they've got a fair amount in the islands. There's not a lot of appetite for more. We're seeing more and more solar PV on rooftops, commercially, and so on, and that will no doubt expand more. Offshore wind is not very feasible in Hawaii. A lot of the area around the islands is taken up with Department of Defense or the Humpback National Marine Sanctuary, which are really no-go areas. Plus, they're volcanic islands. It gets really deep really fast. Marine energy, on the other hand, is a great idea. There's a good deal of wave power, but really with the depth right there, OTEC really makes a great deal of sense. There's also a real need for seawater air conditioning, which again comes with the cold, deep seawater, both for their main industry, which is tourism, but also the large number of defense installations and other industry. So we started out doing resource characterization. We've developed a new resource model based on SHISM, which is one of the semi-implicit integration systems, allows you to use different size polygons at different depths, different distances from shore. And here you see the grid that's been laid out from Nelha, from that Kailua Kona area. The horizontal modeling grid at the largest is about 4.5 kilometers horizontally, and they used up to 48 vertical layers in places. They went to a depth of 4,800 meters offshore and used over 4 years of data to help develop the model and also to validate it. And what we see just zoomed in off the coast of Kona, is that there is a good deal of power available there. Once you get past the 500 meter, much less the 200 meter isobath, what they postulated was 3 100 megawatt plants on shore, which is way bigger than anyone would build there, but just as a starting point. And what we see is there's a lot, in the left-hand drawing there is a lot of power in terms of well over 100 megawatts, and at high probability of having the thermal differential needed throughout the year. And the annual energy production on the right is in terms of 1 to 1.2 terawatt hours per year. So lots of energy there. We looked at the environmental effects, and there's always a long list of people put out of potential environmental effects before there's very much built to prove it on. Each effect's going to depend on the scale at which an OTEC plant is built and also the location. But the three that really matter are these ones: discharge of cold water at the surface, and I'll talk a good deal about that later; entrainment of deep ocean water with the deep ocean biota, therefore killing the biota. We know from discussions with Nelha and also Kiwajima, this is a very, very rare event. And then discharge of chemicals. These are industrial plants. You are going to have some chemicals on board. You may have ammonia or other toxic gases in the combustion chamber, but this can be dealt with like any other industrial plant with hazardous waste management plans. So really, it's this cold water discharge that's important. This is our little schematic of if you were to build OTEC at a much larger scale, you'd begin to have to worry about things like attraction or displacement of migrating animals. You might get some entanglement in mooring lines, but these are really future problems, if at all, not where we are in the industry right now. So in terms of the cold water plume, we modeled this along with the resource characterization. And we modeled these 3 plants that I mentioned, the 300 megawatt plants, at 3 different discharge locations, which are shown by those 3 stars there. It's zoomed in more on the right. The discharge locations was at 70 meters depth, which is below the seasonal thermocline, at a discharge temperature of the mixed water, both the cold and the warm water discharge, of 10 degrees. We ran 4 experiments with discharge rates from 400 cubic meters per second up to 3,200 cubic meters per second, and ran that model over a year. And what we find is you do see a temperature differential due to this discharge. We looked at this at 5 different depths. At 20 meters, you see nothing, so the plume is not rising. At 100 meters, you see a very small plume going north, and that plume is blue, which means it is colder, change in temperature than the ambient water. You see it at depths of 300 and 500 meters with a plume going south at colder water than the ambient. By 700 meters, that plume is not visible at all. So this tells you that the water has been going back down to its appropriate depth and integrating with the ambient water. And it's important to note that those colors you see on there, those changes, are less than 0.1 degrees centigrade. So we think this is a pretty good look at what that discharge needs to be. If we look horizontally, due to seasonal currents, these are for the 4 different discharge rates, 400, 800, 1600, and 3200 cubic meters per second, running over a year period. Where you see a blue plume, the water's colder than ambient. A red plume shows it's warmer than ambient. And really all you're meant to get out of this is that the larger the discharge, the more likely you are to see somewhat of a measurable plume on a horizontal basis. Okay, so in terms of multiple uses of the OTEC platform, we've tried to think about it in terms of the value from the seawater, what process is used to get that value, what you do with the deep cold water, the warm water, and any other aspects. Obviously, if we're generating power, everybody knows this, it's the heat exchange process between the cold and the warm water, cold from depth, warm from near the surface. If we were to use it for seawater air conditioning and district cooling, this is generally circulating cold seawater through chilling units and then circulating fresh water through buildings or residences, etc. Now, the cold deep water that has run through the OTEC plant is ample for cooling, but it may not be cold enough to dehumidify. This is the case at Nelha. So it means that it may be necessary to take a portion of that cold water from the incoming uptake rather than after the OTEC process. So that will change the amount of water going through OTEC to some extent. In terms of aquaculture support, cooling of ponds and tanks in which people are growing microalgae, macroalgae or seaweeds, perhaps raising oyster larvae, etc., this water becomes very important, as I'll talk about in a minute. And the idea here would be to use the cold water after the OTEC process, about 8 or 10 degrees, so plenty cold enough. Now, originally, we had thought that the aquaculture support could really benefit from the richness of the dissolved nutrients in the cold, deep water. Tropical water at the surface is devoid of nutrients, so you don't get a lot of growth. By adding these dissolved nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, silica, and so on, we could really enhance this growth. However, that deep cold water is also very, very high in carbon. So if we were to bring that to the surface and use it for aquaculture purposes, we would have to either be able to do it in a closed system where you grow the algae, send the water straight back down without exposing it to the atmosphere, or go through some expensive carbon scrubbing process, which is probably not going to help the OTEC bottom line. So we found that really using it as cooling water is important, and we were told that repeatedly by tenants at Nelha. We've also examined critical mineral extraction. This is the absorption of critical minerals from seawater, rare earth metals, lithium, all kinds of other things. My laboratory has developed a number of absorbents that are specific for specific metals, such as lithium, strontium, magnesium, and so on. And these processes work best with a little higher temperature. So the idea would be to use the warm surface water after the OTEC process and do this by filling a contact tank, which is full of the absorbent, soaking it, and then emptying the tank. And this will have some implications for the rate at which discharge water is changing when you're filling the tank versus when you're emptying it. And although we haven't gone into much detail in terms of e-fuels, it certainly seems possible to put a ammonia or hydrogen tank process on top of an OTEC platform, probably at sea, grabbing the nitrogen from the air and the hydrogen from the seawater. But that's really a future use. So in the process, we've drawn a number of these different schematics. What would a design of such a process look like? And this is one of the overall ones where you see the OTEC process in the middle, sending electricity to the grid, maybe by a power cable, maybe it's right on land. You have the critical mineral extraction coming out of the warm water outlet, where the aquaculture cooling and the district cooling might be coming out of either the cold water outlet or direct from the deep water. Similarly, if you had an OTEC process and you were trying to cool residential areas, you might be bringing the cold water intake up into a chilling unit and then distributing it among residences, other buildings, etc. And we have a whole series of these with different kinds of trade-offs. So we really want to understand how people felt about the OTEC process. And although we have talked with community leaders, you know, they're sort of a yes, renewable energy is a good idea. But we went specifically to the tenants at Nelha. And this overhead photograph you see this whole property is Nelha. It's a big property. And the Nelha administration and research buildings are really down in the part right down at the bottom. And the rest of it is leased to tenants. Those big colorful tanks or runs you see in the back are where they're growing many different kinds of algae as nutraceuticals. All these other little buildings and fenced off areas are other small companies using the facilities in some way or another. The state charges them for this, and they sell the cold deep water to the tenants. Now, electricity in the Hawaiian Islands, there is some renewables, but most of it's generated by diesel. So electricity is really expensive. And this cold, deep water provides cooling at a much lower cost. We had testimonies from some of the tenants that they could not run their business without this cold water. For example, all the oyster larvae that run the West Coast U.S. oyster industry, which is a very big industry, are spawned and grown to a certain level in Hawaii because they can do this year round. And they have to keep these little ones cold. They do that with the cooling water. That really makes their business feasible. We found in surveying these tenants, they were using cold water for building cooling. Nelha itself does that, as do many of the others, also dehumidifying. The algal growth, industrial cooling. We also found some were using some of the nutrients from algal culture, which we need to dig into a little bit more. We asked whether there was interest in future expansion of an OTEC plant for power, for more cooling water, and there was overall interest from the companies, but they were very protective of the idea of maintaining shoreline access and the views, so that it shouldn't be built right on the shorelines. Okay, to sort of wrap up here, OTEC feasibility. We all know the technology is well tested. It provides baseload power. There's still things that need to be optimized, heat exchangers, new materials, and it's incredibly important that we be looking towards whether plants are on land or at sea, that they are hardened against typhoons and hurricanes and so on. We know capital costs remain really high. Hopefully, as we begin to build more, they'll come down. Although there's little experience, O&M costs are really expected to be fairly low, especially compared to other offshore renewables like offshore wind. Potential environmental effects are pretty well understood. We think they can be mitigated. And we see real opportunities for communities here because the kinds of jobs that can be created for operators and so on are things these communities, small islands and so on, need. So our next OTEC opportunity, we're just winding up this project in the next month or so. Our next opportunity will be in Guam, where Guam is very much in need of renewables, and they have some of the same challenges as Hawaii, not being able to put in wind. They're limited in space for solar PV, and they're right there in very deep water next to the Marianas Trench. So they are very interested in both seawater air conditioning, which is about 40% of their electricity load, and also in grid stabilization, black start, and so on. And that's it. I would like to thank you very much, and I look forward to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Copping. So we've had 4 great presentations on setting the stage for discussions later today on the potential of OTEC. So we're going to take a short break now over the next 10 minutes. And we'll come back just at 11:30. and we'll have our second session. If you haven't given your presentation to the operator yet, please provide your PowerPoints to our staff here in the back as well. We'll see you in just a few. enjoyed the break a little bit longer than I planned. So please start coming back and we'll start session 2, OTEC in Brazil. Our first presentation is going to be Brazil-Japan Cooperation for Sustainable Development of Fernando de Noronha Island by OTEC DAO Technology Implementation. Our presenter is Dr. Armando Hideki Shinohara from the Federal University of Pernambuco. He's a professor, and I'll let him introduce himself further. But please, everyone out in the lobby, please come back in, and we'll start our session 2.
Hello. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for presentation. May I start? No, late. Wait a little. Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for kind introduction. Oh, it's working. Yes. Well, the title, it was presented, Brazil-Japan Cooperation for Sustainable Development of Fernando Noronha Island by OTEC and DOW, Technology Implementation. In fact, we talk about this technology in Pernambuco, in special. Many people were interested. So we have many co-authors. So my name is Armando Shinohara. There was a question why I'm interested in OTEC. So the first time that I knew about OTEC in 2004, 20 years ago, reading this book, newspaper as a magazine in Japan, Green Energy for the Future. It was talking about OTEC. So for me, 20 years ago was very interesting subject. Oh, I'm living in Recife, ocean along the coast, and what we can do for future. So OTEC for me, I started 20 years ago. So after I knew about the OTEC, I came back to Brazil, and I knew that in Fernando Noronha Island, this famous island in Brazil, like a Brazilian Hawaiian island. Many tourists, and the location is very special in tropical area. It's very good for OTEC application. Well, just overview. A number of people in there. Permanent population is about 3,000 people, a little more. But we have about 4,000 temporary workers and additional 3,000 tourists. We have about 10,000 people every day living in the island. So we have a lot of energy, water, and so on. So, as already presented, Fernando Noronha Islands is located in the Blue Amazon, a little far, about more than 500 kilometers from Recife, and the nearest coast is 350 kilometers far. So that's marking a red cycle. So as you know, Fernando Noronha Island is a volcanic island. As we have 4,000 meters deep. When I was talking about OTEC in Fernando Noronha with Professor Ikegami, I said it's 4,000 meters. He said more than enough. Fernando Noronha Island can be reached by airplane. There are many flights per day, about 8 to 10 flights per day. And there's a flight from Recife, Natal, and from these years, Fortaleza is another state in northeast Brazil. So now they're repairing the, how can I say, runway, so the jet plane will back in near future. So we have been organizing Pernambuco toward how we can implement OTEC in Fernando Island. So we organized workshops in 2014, inviting professors from Japan, and also in 2015, people from Finland also. So our visiting is the motivation for OTEC in Fernando Noronha. Oh, sorry. Okay, in 2014, I could visit the first time OTEC in Kumejima, in Okinawa. So in the last year, I visited again, 9 years later. So, and in 2015, I had a chance to attend a conference, and I visited OTEC in Kona, Hawaii. At DOW, as you know, in Japan, there are 15 localities, if I'm not wrong, deep ocean water application. In special, in Okinawa, in Kumejima, there's a very deep, 612 meters deep intake of cold water. In general, deep ocean water, or DOWA, can be used for seawater air conditioning, SWAC, ocean energy conversion, OTEC. And for desalination, a technology developed by Saga University, low temperature thermal desalination. So, this is, so moreover, we have another application for DOW, freshwater, energy, and also manufacturing, aquaculture, as already were presented before presentations. So in that way, we believe that OTEC is known as very high cost, CapEx technology. But if you use application of DOW together, we can have a very interesting economic application of OTEC and DOW. So in Kumejima, there's a combination of OTEC and Kumejima models. They have a profit, a revenue, a lot of money, in my opinion, more than 20 or 30,000 US dollars per year. Prawns, shrimps, cosmetics, and so on. In Pernambuco, Northeast, we have knowledge how to, how can I say, create shrimps using salt water inland in special. So they have some know-how. Anyway, we can. Another applications, this is Professor Ouchi. He visited us in 2015, spent 1 month with talk about teaching and also talk about OTEC. He talked about deep waters rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, minerals, very and free of bacteria. So that water can be used for many applications, as you know. Another motivation for OTEC in Fernando Noronha, along the equatorial line, we don't have a tropical storm in special in this area. So another, we have many storms can be taken in consideration. I talk about energy generation in Fernando Noronha at 94% of energy generated using diesel fuel. So every day, 25,000 liters of diesel is burned, and just 6% of solar. So there's a big the largest generator is 1.2 megawatts. So they have, and if there's some problem in the island, they have how can I say, amount of fuel. They can stay just 10 days. The storage of diesel. So another technology of generation energy should be taken in consideration. So every week, a ship bring 160,000 liters per week to island. One week from Recife, another week from Natal. There's a strategy. This graph just shows the demand for electrical energy is increasing year by year. So that's a good, it's a big challenge how to improve the energy in the island. Okay. This graph figure is well known in Brazil now. They was prepared by Minister of Mining and Energy, especially for Empresa de Pesquisa Energética. We have a residential, especially the most demanding energy in the island is residential and commercial. Residential is gray and commercial is yellow or orange, something like that. So we have some estimation until 2031. So demand, according to their study, is increasing also. And there's another interesting situation now in the island, because in Pernambuco state established a law that until 2030, it means less than 5 years, or almost 5 years, all vehicles should be electrical vehicle in the island. Oh, that's a problem. We are burning 25,000 liters of diesel to generate electricity, and we have to burn more now to run EV cars. One, not our mind, but as you know, in 2020, we have COVID pandemic. That's a very problem for island. Decrease the number of flights to Fernando Noronha Island during this pandemic. As you can see, from 2012, number of flights was increasing, but exactly on pandemic, it reduced for less than half, more than half. And the revenue of the islands, 95% come from the tourism. As already Professor Ikigami presented, this is another motivation to implement OTEC in Fernando Noronha. This is CIDOC. It's a United Nations recognized international organization established in 2015. So seeds in ready are in desperate situation as we have a little space left to deploy land-based solar photovoltaic and wind to meet our energy needs. The ocean is our resource of last resort. We believe that in Fernando Noronha is the same situation. Well, another consideration is possible accidents. Okay. So in Galapagos, oil, this was bring there. There's some problem, big problem there. So. Anyway, we have to be sustainable, SDGs. Today, even the onion that we eat at the island, we need to bring from mainland. That's incredible. Huh? There's a lot of land over there, but no way to agriculture there. So we have. There's another problem on the line. This is scarcity of fresh water. Seawater salination plants today represent 65% of their needs. The 35% is from some rainwater and seawater intake in the salination Fernando Noronha. So daily, using new RO, reverse osmosis, they change for 15 cubic meter per hour to 36 meter cubic per hour now. But even that, they demand a lot of energy, and local, as I mentioned, in August, daylights, they produce 3.2 megawatts. At night, they need 5.2 megawatts to supply 10,000 people living there. So delegation from Ikigami Sensei for Japan visited there. Okay, so we start to attend international conference. Last year, I was in Houston. It was very nice. In that time, for me, OTEC as expensive machine. Oh, maybe I cannot see in my life. But attending this conference, I felt that, oh, it's possible. Huh? And maybe in 5 years, something like that. Oh, that's not. Okay, so in Pernambuco, we have some infrastructure can be helped to produce part of OTEC. I have some problem to. Okay. We talk about Brazil-Japan cooperations and agreements. So in August, Professor Ikigami and delegate from Japan visited Pernambuco, especially, and signed a MOU. And we visited Fernando Noronha Island. So this part of people that attend, we organize one workshop there. As you know, Japan has a long history of OTEC and DOW. More than 50 years. In the 50 years this year, Professor Ikigami established. They have not just knowledge, but they have a lot of experimental knowledge. So there's a nice institute Institute of Ocean Energy of Saga University in Japan. Infrastructure also. So there are many facilities. With MOU, we can take advantage. We also have an agreement with another university, University of Tokyo, Yokohama National University, since 2013, more than 10 years. And many professors visit Pernambuco. Professor Uchi also, as I already mentioned. Professor Sato, Professor Tabeta. Professor Tabeta is expert also in OTEC. Professor Tsunomiya, expert in floating turbine. So we have also established since 2016 Brazil-Japan program, education, and naval ocean engineering. So iOS Professor Ikegami also teaching 8 p.m. in Japan and 8 a.m. in Brazil. That is online. It's very interesting. Well, in order to motivate the students in Japan, we are teaching Japanese. So we discovered that people in Pernambuco, they love to study Japanese. We have an internship in Japan, Oshima shipyard in Nagasaki. And some collaboration in solar boat contest, Biwa Lake in. And we also implement a new method teaching of engineering, PBL. So Professor Aihara, in this case, went to Pernambuco and teaching the new method, because the method we use in Brazil in general is 200 years ago. So experiments works. Anyway, so we are already talking. So as a target, we have to reduce the use of diesel on the island, Fernando Noronha, by introducing new electrical energy generation technologies. This is provided by Ministry of Mining and Energy. So our plan is first phase, carry out of FES feasibility study on the implementation of OTEC system and its multi-purpose application on the island Fernando Noronha, aiming at sustainable development. We hope to, within 1 year, approve and start. And second phase, set up a demonstration OTEC system. It's a challenge, but within 5 years. And commercial, in third phase in the commercial OTEC system, 1 megawatt, so more, unknown yet. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Again, we're short on time, so if there are questions, please ask during the break or during lunch or at one of those times. Our next presentation is Possible Ways to Install OTEC in Fernando de Noronha. Our presenter is Flamino Levi Neto from the University of Brasilia, Department of Mechanical Engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This presentation is entitled Possible Ways to Install OTEC and SWOC in Fernando de Noronha. My name is Flamínio, and the other authors are Professor João Pimenta from University of Brasilia and Dr. Carlos Nobre from University of São Paulo. But the main island of Fernando de Noronha has 17 square kilometers, a population that is growing. A few years ago, it was about 3,200 permanent residents. But with the tourists, this population increase. Now is more than 6,000. And there is also some temporary workers. The ocean surface temperature is quite good for OTEC, annual average of 27.5 degrees Celsius. In summer, it goes up to 30 degrees, and during the winter, it drops to 25 Celsius. It's still quite good. The deep ocean temperature, 1 kilometer below the surface, is 5 degrees, and maybe a bit less, 4.5, all over the year, and reached about 4 kilometers from the island coast. In this map, the yellow curve are the points where the depth of 1 kilometer is reached. So we were considering 3 options. The first option here in the right, we would like to bring the cold water from 4 kilometers from that island in the northeast. The second option was to bring the cold water 4.5 kilometers from the main island. But this blue curve is a zone of environmental protection. It's called the Marine National Park. So we are not sure that they will allow OTEC plants in this region. So our chosen option, number 3, was to bring the cold water pipe following the ocean floor from that point in the middle, and then bring it to a region far from the marine park. So in this picture, we can see that we plan is just planning, just putting ideas to build a OTEC SWOC building in that point. Is very close to the main road of the island, and then distribute the cold water for SWOC along the road, passing by a place where most of the buildings are there, and then goes up to the airport. On the right, we can see another zoom. We can see that this area is far from tourism. So it's a very good place to have these facilities. Oh, sorry. This is the annual electricity consumption in the island, measured points from 2018 until 2021, and then projections until 2031. And we can see the consumptions. Number 1 is residential buildings. Number 2 is industry, very little. Number 3 is most important, commercial buildings. Number 4 is agriculture. And number 5 is probably to produce the water using reverse osmosis. That consumes a lot of energy, it's number 5. But if you pay attention, number 1 and number 3 are the most important consumption of electrical energy. And we are going to show that it's possible to reduce this energy consumption by 27% using SWOC. Because if we compare SWOC with air conditioning, the standard air condition, SWOC uses only 10% of that energy. And since this is a tropical island, if you look at the buildings, 30% of the energy is spent for cooling the houses, the buildings. So if we have 30 units of energy plus 70 units for the rest of the buildings, if we use SWOC, we can reduce the 30 to 3 units of energy. So it's a drop of 27%. And how does the SWOC system works? We pump the deep cold water from the ocean to the SWOC station. In the SWOC stations, we have a heat exchanger that cools down the water that goes to the building, and that water returns to the ocean. This is a pure SWOC system, but SWOC can be integrated to an OTEC. So the water comes from the OTEC's condenser, and then pump number 1 is not needed. But we can ask, is OTEC feasible in Fernando de Noronha? So in this picture, the red color are surface temperature of the water. It's a statistic from a long time. And we can see that Fernando de Noronha is in the same latitude as Fortaleza, the capital of the state of Ceará. And they have exactly the same average annual temperature in the surface of the sea. During the summer, this average temperature for Fernando de Noronha increased to 29.5 degrees Celsius, and during the winter it drops to 25.5. It's still good for OTEC. And according to the thermoclines measured in Fortaleza, we expect they are very similar to the thermoclines in Fernando de Noronha. The cold water at minus 800 meters is 5 degrees, and at 1,000 meters is 4.5 degrees, even better. Sorry. This is the thermocline in the coast of Fortaleza. In Fortaleza, we have 1,000 meters depth, about 60 kilometers from the coast. But in Fernando de Noronha, it's just 4 kilometers. And we can see that we have the average of 27.5 at the surface. At 1,000 degrees and 1,000 meters, 4.5 degrees. And we have a difference of temperature of 23 degrees, which is very good. Since we expect that in Fernando de Noronha the thermocline is almost the same as Fortaleza, we use some data for developing OTEC in Fortaleza, and they say that with a hot water flow of 17 cubic meters per second of warm water, and a cold water flow of 6 cubic meters per second, it's possible to generate 5 megawatts of energy. Fernando de Noronha has a diesel plant that produces this energy. And another 1 megawatt is spending in pumping. This is the classical diagram for an OTEC, the external circuit everybody knows. But the external is the cold cycle OTEC. But the internal sequence is a hybrid OTEC. So if we get the water from the evaporators and send it to a flash chamber, connect to a vacuum pump, this water becomes vapor again. And what is very important, that the salt remains in the chamber, and only pure water vapor continues. Then it can go to the desalination condenser. We can use some water from the condenser to condensate that water. So then we can have desalinated water. and maybe after a treatment, drinking water. One important aspect is that in the condensator, we bring water from the depths of the ocean, and this water is very rich in phosphorus and nitrogen. And then it will return to the ocean, and it restores the ocean. It's very good for the ocean. Now we can have a quick look to compare a SWOC system comparing with the conventional air conditioner system, the standard, in terms of energy and emissions. In the peak necessity for refrigeration in Fernando de Noronha is about 4,800 kilowatts of energy. And we can provide this refrigeration in two ways. On the right, we provide it using standard air conditioner. So in OTEC, there is a power plant called Tubarão. It's a diesel power plant. To produce this refrigeration power, it will spend a lot of energy, more 1,500 kilowatts, and it will generate greenhouse gases many tons per year. Even the conventional air conditioner always generates greenhouse gases. But if we change to SWOC, we'll have 10 times less energy and 10 times less greenhouse gases. It means that because SWOC alone can cut 90% of the energy consumptions in the buildings. In terms of carbon credit, this decarbonization could represent an income for the island up to $5,000 per year. Now, as a summary, we have a diagram. It's a revision of what we were talking about. We have the flows of warm water and cold water to the OTEC. It generates electricity 24/7. And then that energy can go to the grid. An observation, if you have photovoltaic energy, it produces only 22% of the hours of the year. And OTEC produces the whole year, 24 hours every day. With the cold water that comes out from the condenser, is a high amount of water, we can use that for SWOC. We can provide refrigeration to the island, and we can reduce the use of electricity in the buildings up to 27%. With the remaining hot water from the evaporator, we can send it to the desalination plant, and then using the cold water, we can condense this water and produce water to drink. We know from the previous presentation that the island has a chronic shortage of drinking water. And in a place, if you have water, desalinized water and electricity, you can also in the future produce green hydrogen. And now looking at the end, the warm water and the cold water can return to the sea. We can have a fish farm in that place. And then we can improve the marine life. And then we have more fish available in the island. Well, this is just some planning. I would like to thank for UFRJ and Sobina. Thank you all of you for the patience to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have time for one or two questions. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I'm Daniel Carvalho from Petrobras Research Center. I was just wondering, because you mentioned the risks involved in dispose the water after all the cycle, the system. Is there any environmental study that investigates? I mean, I know you mentioned that it's rich in some nutrients that may be beneficial, but in terms of the equilibrium of the area, is there already some study on that?
The algae and the phytoplankton, they need these nutrients. And the efficiency of the marine life decrease with the global warming. So we expect that this cold water will be beneficial for the local marine life, because it has nutrients and it decreases the temperature.
That's precisely my question. That's for now an expectation.
Yes.
There is no, study like...
Professor Ochi is studying that, and he has the same opinion. We can improve the marine life quality around the OTEC. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for another great making clear about the island of Fernando de Noronha. I'm wondering if your chart showed the interest in bringing a pipe from an OTEC plant, presumably floating, to shore, but you did not talk about bringing a cable to shore. Is there any limitation about bringing a cable from an OTEC plant, not using seawater cooling, but using power to use in the reverse osmosis system, and bringing a cable ashore, not bringing a pipe?
If we have an offshore OTEC, then we can bring the electric energy by the cable. But if we decide to have an onshore OTEC, then we have to bring the water following the seafloor until the onshore OTEC facility. But it's open. We can have...
It is open. You have to look at the cost of that pipe and the onshore plant versus an offshore plant.
We didn't calculate the numbers yet.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll end this section now and keep moving on, and then please ask any additional questions individually. So we do have one more presentation in this session before lunch. So we'd like to have potential for OTEC and LTT technology on the remote island of Fernando de Noronha, and our speaker will be Luis Alberto Magiri from Toyo Seto Engineering, a mechanical engineer.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I would apologize for some pictures and figures that have been already presented by others here. I believe we have a lack of actual information on OTEC areas, so maybe it's difficult to get different information sometimes. Okay, So the main purpose of this presentation is to set what is the forecast we have if you go ahead with OTEC installation in Fernando de Noronha. It has been a place that has been several times considered for this, regarding both energy production and freshwater production as well. We're not talking about other possibilities. We know they are other possibilities using OTEC. They have been mentioned here during the other presentations, but this presentation specifically is focusing on only those two facilities. I would like to start with this quote. It's from, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, I don't know, Jung, or Jung, I don't know how to present. It's a work present in 2016. And he mentions that measured thermal efficiency of tech systems are notably low compared to analytical estimation. I have been able to note that when we are searching for actual data for OTEC installations, really, actually the actual values that the installations under operation are a bit small when compared to expected values, analytical values. This is some picture that has been noted several times during the research, and it comes from Korea, KRISO, it's an institution in Korea, and it shows that there are several expected plants that maybe will be there or maybe will not be there. Some of them has been already installed. They are the red ones. You can see there are not so many. And based on the ones that have been under operation and also have been operating and providing net power, I could provide this table. And if you go to the bottom lines, the gross efficiency that you reach is around the, let me show here. Gross efficiency based on the formula provided by Curzon, that it's analytical. Usually it's about half of the Carnot value you have, naturally because of the irreversibilities. So you cannot reach there. We know it's not possible in actual life, but it would be expected to arrive to this value more or less, around 3.7, 3.4. If you go to the actual installations, it tends to be a bit smaller, sometimes much smaller. From those installations, the only one that reaches a value that is very close is because it's also analytical value. Because this one has been under operation, yes, but not at this nominal capacity of 1 megawatt. Has been 1/3 of this, around 300 megawatts, kilowatts, sorry. There's some information regarding Fernando de Noronha. I will not go through all this, it will take time, but most of this information has been already mentioned here. The population, you know already, it's around 3,000 inhabitants. This is the permanent people that lives in there. Also, the distance from our coast around 350 kilometers. So we know this. Those considerations show that this is a good place for OTEC installation. This figure you have seen before today also. So we have this configuration, the topological, not surface, the underwater. Regarding the temperatures, we have isotherms ranging between 25 degrees Celsius, it can be 26 as well, on the surface, and 6 degrees Celsius at around 730 meters depth. This, again, this is very good for OTEC operation. So we would like to use that as a note to that. If you get the difference, you know that all the air in red is around 20 degrees difference between 700 meters depth and surface temperature. So it's all that air is good. For the people that's not from Brazil, our coast is around this area. So most of our coast is within this area, Brazilian coast. And Fernando de Noronha is more or less at this place. Professor Flamínio shown us that the average increase in population is around 5,000. That's exactly this value, because those values refer to the total floating population. So it goes to 120,000 per year. If you go from here, you cannot read, it's not possible, but this is year by year. Then you have a range of 25 years here. In 25 years, the floating population increased from 10 to 120,000 people a year. What means 6 times in 25 years. We understand that it's not possible to keep the space. But probably this will achieve a maximum value at some point. But anyway, it's a steep value. Possibly it's still increasing. We should have means to provide energy and water to all those people. And now, regarding the consumption, this relates to the peak electrical consumption, and this there is some work that has been shown here before also from our Ministry of Mines and Energy. It shows, when they provide this to 2021, their forecast for this year, 2024, was 5 megawatts. It's exactly this value. So I think this research has been well made. And then they expected that by 2031, it's going to reach 6.5 megawatts peak consumption. And regarding the average consumption, by 2031, they expect 35,000 megawatt hour per year. What we have, Fernando de Noronha, now to cope with those needs. We have diesel generation. It's possible to provide 5 megawatts currently. What means? You need all the units they have. They have 3 units this power, 1 unit this power, the lump sum, around 5 megawatts. What means? Right now, what they have in diesel generation is exactly what they need for the peak consumption. To minimize this, they started two photovoltaic plants by 2014, 2015. They are Noronha 1 and Noronha 2. Both together they provide 1,400 kilowatts. So that's the reason the system is still able to operate. Sorry. Regarding water, recently, by 2021, I believe, 2021, they replaced the existing reverse osmosis plant. It was 15 cubic meters per hour. This new one is able to 72 cubic meters per hour. It's hard to say how much water really is expected to be needed in there. What we know, there are several times they have shortage in water consumption. So sometimes they have to cut the water to the people, even after having improved the unit. So for this evaluation, we assume that the consumption is exactly the same as the production. We have I have not found specific data for the consumption. Okay. Also, we know that reverse osmosis, we need electrical power. So part of the consumption is because of this plant, this freshwater plant. If you take the configuration of this plant, the power that it needs is around 510 kilowatts peak, around 4,500 megawatt hour per year. What's a big amount of energy that's needed just for water production. There's this alternative. If you go to low temperature thermal desalination, and we got this very good example from India. It's plant, as far as I know, it's in operation by almost 20 years. And it's very interesting that it has been in operation for such a long time. Okay, so it looks like it has been a good experience. And then we have the information regarding the process. The island where it's located, the name is Kavarati. I don't know the pronunciation, sorry. So they use, the water comes from around 400 meters depth, so it's 17 degrees. Because it's for water production, the temperature is not such critical, so they can use less piping to take the water. This is enough. And they have, some people have used this data to raise the process consumptions, and the conclusion is that using the LTTD process, they need around 22 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. I did not mention, but it was on the screen. For today in Fernando de Noronha, the reverse osmosis consumption is around 5 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. So what means? 4 times less, more or less. Okay, so we get the values regarding the consumptions. We get the values regarding the fresh water based on OTEC technology. We now should go to the values regarding the OTEC electrical production. As I have mentioned in the beginning, if you take the Curzon formula, we would expect for the Fernando de Noronha conditions around 3.4% efficiency. But if you go to the actual values, we would expect the something that can be repeated by other plants in the world. So I do have this as reference, and considering the specific conditions of Fernando de Noronha, I would say that realistically, if you start a power plant with the technology we have right now, possibly the overall efficiency will be around 1.2%. This, I talk about standard technology. We know there are several other studies and researches to improve this. So maybe we can have a better, a more sophisticated installation, and we can reach higher values. But what you have now, in comparison to the other installations that are in operation, I would expect 1.2 efficiency. What it means, when I take the warm water from the surface, 1.2% of this water will get out as electrical energy. Based on that, based on the consumptions, we provided the size of the OTEC installations that would cope with 4 different scenarios. First scenario would be to have the average consumption covered, but the technology for freshwater production would remain as reverse osmosis. In that case, I would not be able to cope with the peak power needs, but a small unit OTEC would be enough, 150 kilowatts. Scenario B, I'm still focusing on keeping the energy production needed for the average consumption, but I still would not be able to keep it with peak consumption. But I would replace the reverse osmosis, or would add LTTD to the reverse osmosis production. In that case, 660 kilowatts unit would be needed. Next one, I would focus in being able to provide the peak consumption. Sorry, I forget mention that all this relates to the 2031 forecast, okay? Not now. This would be enough for the average and for the peak consumption, using all area or units for the fresh water, and then around 1,800 kilowatts would be enough. And last one, now using LTTD, provide all the average, all the peak needs, we would need around 2,300 kilowatt production. One would ask me, what's the reason of showing A and B if you're not able? Oh, sorry, not going to there. Okay, this is enough. If you're not able to cope with the peak consumption, this is relevant because As you know, it's very likely that the neo energy will need to increase the power production in a short time. So we expect that this, by 2031, actually this production will be covered to the peak by new installations, probably photovoltaic installations, more likely. So I don't think we should be concerned about this difference. I believe by 2031, the current company that's responsible for the electrical energy will have covered that already. So we could stay on the small capacities that would be much easier to install. Okay, that's what I would like to show. Just to finish here. I made some conclusions, but I not go through that once. I do prefer. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, so please ask any additional questions you may have later. Two announcements before we break for lunch. The first is that anyone who is planning to join the tour on the 6th, there is a registration form in the lobby, so please write your name. Space is limited, so if you have your own transportation, of course you can use that, but also just please let the local organizers know if you're planning to participate or not. The second, and most important, is please stand up, come up to the stage, and let's take a group photo before people disappear over time for lunch or other activities. Okay?
Ficar aqui no cantinho.
Pode aparecer.
E aí, Sara? Tudo legal. Tem que escolher um pouquinho. Eu subir que eu preciso. Não, mas é alto. Fica atrás. Tudo bem?
Deixa eu cantar aqui atrás. Posso ficar por ali? Eu ainda achei que tinha um pedacinho. Você falou. Que susto. Isso, velho.
Tá tirando mais aí.
O importante é ver no coração. Vai descer a foto.
Quer vir daqui?
Diminuiu a densidade.
Tá bom.
I wanna do is roll in the bedroom is got 100 grand in my budget for the night. All I wanna, 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 all I wanna do is roll in the bedroom is got 100 grand in my budget for the night. All I wanna do is roll in the bedroom is got 100 grand in my budget for the night. All I the kisses of the sun were sweet, I didn't think I let it in my eyes. Like an exotic dream, the radio playing songs that I have never heard. I don't know what to say. Oh, not another word, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
I'm hearing voices in my head, there's no way to escape. Da 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 da, they got me. Anytime, anywhere, my mind in the air. Da 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 da, surround me. They surround me. Surround me. Anytime, anywhere, my mind in the air. They're waiting for me. They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind, and baby, I feel high, I feel high.
They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind, and baby, I feel high, I feel high.
They're calling on me. I'm hearing voices in my head. There's no way to escape. Da 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 da. They got me. Anytime, anywhere. My mind in the air. Da 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 da. Surround me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time. Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind, and baby, I feel high, I feel high.
They surround me. Surround me. Anytime, anywhere. My mind in the air. They're waiting for me. They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind, and baby, I feel high, I feel high.
They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind, and baby, I feel high, I feel high.
They're calling on me.
All I want is to dance with you now, is to dance with you once again. Da 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 da. All I want might be oceans apart, but maybe you can hear it's the sound of my heart. All I want is to dance with you now, to the beat of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da da da. It feels like dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da da All I want is to dance with you now, is to dance with you once again. All I want is to feel you so close, just to be with you till the end. We might be oceans apart, but maybe you can hear it's the sound of my heart. All I want is to dance with you now, to the beat of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da da We might be oceans apart, but maybe you can hear it's the sound of my heart. All I want is to dance with you now, to the beat of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da da feels like we go all or nothing, all or nothing. Why not make it count for something? All or nothing, all or nothing. Fight for something we believe in. If we never stop hoping, we'll never be broken. Even if the heartaches, we go all or nothing, all or nothing. Why not make it count for something? When the city lights are calling at night, and you lay in bed rethinking your life, will it ever stop the worry in my eye? You will fight. If we're running away from the problems we see, keep giving up on our hopes and our dreams. We got the power to be who we wanna be. You see, we go all or nothing, all or nothing. Why not make it count for something? All or nothing, all or nothing. Fight for something we believe in. If we never stop hoping, we'll never be broken. Even if the heartaches, we go all or nothing, all or nothing. Why not make it count for something? We go all or nothing, all or nothing. Why not make it count for something? All or nothing, all or nothing. Fight for something we believe in. Passing every red light, I know I'm in over my head. A rebel and I don't hide. Remember all the words that you said. Even if the love was hurting, I'll be yours. I'll be yours again. I can feel that fire's burning. Give me love. Yeah, I can never leave 'cause I need it, that feeling. Let me feel your love. You can make me let go. Forget about the world for a while. You had me at hello. I'm drowning in the blue of your eyes. Even if the love was hurting, I'll be yours. I'll be yours again. I can feel that fire's burning. Give me more. So tell me, would you feel my love? 'Cause I can never get enough. So tell me, would you feel my love? Yeah, I can never leave 'cause I need it, that feeling. Let me feel your love. Let me feel your love. So tell me, would you feel my love? 'Cause I can never get enough. So tell me, would you feel my love? Yeah, I can never leave 'cause I need it, that feeling. Let me feel your love.
I want you for the dirty and clean. When you're waking in your dreams, make me bite my tongue and make me scream. See, I got everything that you need. Ain't nobody gonna do it like me. We are burning at a high degree. And you make me feel like it burns and it hurts. Baby, this part of the rush. This is us. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? What is love? Yeah, I walk it, I talk it, I live it. What we do behind doors is our business. On my body, he giving me kisses. I'm wet when I'm wet, I'm popping like Adderall. Baby, dive in my beach and go swimming. Let's go deep, 'cause you know there's no limits. Nothing stronger than you when I'm sipping. I'm still gonna finish, I'm drunk, I ain't had enough. One day you hit and you close, telling me lies and it's killing me slowly. Yeah. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? What Yeah, pull up in the rinse in my brand new whip and go. With a full eclipse and the moon lit like whoa. Everything blurred, mixing all that smoke with the gray goose. Fanny baguette on the bar top, both my hands on you. Take a picture of my figure. Catch a glimmer. Allow me to remind you, baby. I'm the keys to your car, babe. If you lose me, then baby, good luck. I'm the king to your checkmate. Still yours though, baby, you've won. I'm the bubbles in your champagne. Grip me tight like you're holding your cup. I'm the keys to your car, babe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Know that you need me. Oh yeah. Can't walk through the hallway straight to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, let the liquor flow through. 6 in the morning, tell me now what we gon' do, yeah. Drive a pull up in the black car, baby, let's move. Take a picture of my figure. Catch a glimmer. Allow me to remind you, baby. I'm the keys to your car, babe. If you lose me, then baby, good luck. I'm the king to your checkmate. Still yours though, baby, you've won. I'm the bubbles in your champagne. Grip me tight like you're holding your cup. I'm the keys to your car, babe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Know that you need me. Oh yeah. I'm the keys to your car, babe. If you lose me, then baby, good luck. I'm the king to your checkmate. Still yours though, baby, you've won. I'm the bubbles in your champagne. Grip me tight like you're holding your cup. I'm the keys to your car, babe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Know that you need me. I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Don't you know I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. You know I'm down for whatever tonight. I don't need the final things in life. No matter where I go, it's a good time, yeah. And I don't need to sit in VIP. Middle of the floor, that's where I'll be. Don't got a lot, but that's enough for me, yeah. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good,
looking around, round, I'm in a ghost town. Feeling so alone, lone, where did you go now? I'm falling deep down, down, trying to hold on. I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go? And I'm looking around, round, I'm in a ghost town. Feeling so alone, lone, where did you go now? I'm falling deep down, down, trying to hold on. I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go? I'm feeling alone, feeling alone. I'm feeling alone, I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go?
And I'm looking around, round, I'm in the ghost town. I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go now? I'm falling deep down, down, trying to hold on. I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go? And I'm looking around, round, I'm in the ghost town. I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go now? I'm falling deep down, down, trying to hold on. I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go? I'm feeling alone, feeling alone. I'm feeling alone, feeling so alone, lone, where did you go? And I'm looking around, round, I'm in the ghost town. I'm feeling so alone, alone, where did you go now?
I'm falling deep down, down, trying to hold on. I'm feeling so alone, lone, where did you go?
Let's start at the beginning about you and I. A story of two lovers that'll make you cry. You had me a hello and then you said bye-bye. Oh, oh. Your love is my love, but my love is breaking. Your touch is my touch, but my hands are shaking. I can't get high without you, I can't get high. My secret's coming out, now you're my shadow. I never knew you were a drug, now I'm OD. And now you got me coming back so easily. I love you, the kisses of the sun were sweet. I didn't think I let it in my eyes. Like an exotic dream, the radio playing songs that I have never heard. I don't know what to say. Oh, not another word, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
I'm hearing voices in my head, there's no way to escape. Da 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 da, they got me. Anytime, anywhere, my mind in the air. Da 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 da, surround me. They surround me. Surround me. Anytime, anywhere, my mind in the air. They're waiting for me. They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind and baby I feel high, I feel high.
They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind and baby I feel high, I feel high.
They're calling on me. I'm hearing voices in my head. There's no way to escape. Da 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 da. They got me. Anytime, anywhere. My mind in the air. Da 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 da. Surround me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time. Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind and baby I feel high, I feel high.
They surround me. Surround me. Anytime, anywhere. My mind in the air. They're waiting for me. They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind and baby I feel high, I feel high.
They're calling on me.
Lay low, hit the sun, everybody have a real good time, real good time.
Surround me.
Yeah, we cool, yeah, we drunk, lost my mind and baby I feel high, of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da da da. It feels like dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da da All I want is to dance with you now, is to dance with you once again. All I want is to feel you so close, just to be with you till the end.
But you sent a message. Maybe.
So 2 o'clock. We'll give everyone a little bit more time before we kick off again. So just a few more minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we took a little extra time for lunch. Hopefully everyone had a relaxing time. So we'd like to start off our afternoon with our second keynote. The topic is OTIC for decarbonization for oil platforms. Dr. Daniel Fonskete, sorry, I'm going to get this wrong. Fonskete de Carvalho is a senior consultant for Petrobras. Please correct me when you come up. He's a mechanical engineer and has a PhD in computational mechanics from COPE. He's a senior advisor at Petrobras Research Center and has working at the company for 20 years, coordinating research projects in ocean engineering, ocean basin model tests, and computational fluid dynamic simulations. Currently, he's part of the conceptual technological design of production systems with a focus on low carbon energy supply for offshore assets and their decarbonization. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hello. Okay, that's working. That was a nice shot in terms of reading my name. That was okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, guys. I'm about to engage on a hard task, like to entertain you after lunch. I mean, I know you had a nice lunch, at least the ones that was in the hotel back there with me. Anyway, I actually asked Joel, to change a little bit the title of the presentation, but he couldn't manage to do that. But I will rephrase that as a low carbon power supply to decarbonize offshore assets. It's not specific related to OTEC, but there is a strong connection with the subject that we have been discussing during the morning. So, a little bit more about myself. So I've been working for Petrobras for 20 years, as Benjamin mentioned. I'm part of our research center workforce, and we have, several research projects in many areas. And currently, Petrobras has even an entire group dedicated for renewables. That's beyond the research. For really business in renewables. That's not the subject of my presentation today. And I'm still working on the traditional oil and gas applications. And you're going to understand why we're talking about renewable energy and oil and gas. So let's get started. Well, to introduce that and to show at the first place the strong connection with that, we have serious carbon commitments in terms of reducing our carbon footprint in Petrobras. And they are all related in terms of scope 1 and 2. And for the ones who are not familiar with that, scope 1 and 2 is our operational emissions. What's under the control of the company to emit. So the strategy is today we still have a high demand for oil and gas products, and we have to ensure that our operations, the operations related to oil and gas extraction, production, and distribution has the lowest possible carbon footprint. That's more or less what all those commitments are related to. And I call your attention to a specific one. I can't point that, but I can use my hands. It's such a large screen. This one is related to how much CO2 is involved on oil extraction. And we have this index of carbon intensity that's 15 kilograms CO2 equivalent per barrel. And that's more or less put us in a very good position comparing to other companies in the market. We are, of course, struggling in this transition phase, so to say, that we should have what we call as double resilience. We have to produce with low cost and low carbon footprint. And that's one of our main targets. And in order to get to this target, we need to have to think differently the way that we have our offshore installations. And why do I mention that? It's because if we take a look on the overall emissions from Petrobras, that's all public information available on the internet of our carbon on our climate change supplement, we have like the total emissions for the years 22 and 23. Lately, they're, I mean, overall almost 45 millions of CO2 equivalent, and they are distributed among the many segments of the company this way. And you can see there is a kind of even division between the downstream and upstream segments, and of course some amount in other segments. And it's, I mean, roughly, so to say, 20 million CO2 equivalent tons by the upstream segment. And if we zoom in the upstream segment, there is the distribution. It's more or less the way that I showed to you over here. It's like 50% related to flaring, 10% to fugitives and other systems, safety systems, and so on. 10% related to offshore operation, I mean, supply boats and so on that need to go around the platform so that everything works. And most of it, 65% based on average operational assets. It's related to the power generation. And there is a trend, because of course there are a lot of initiatives in order to reduce these other three topics, but there is even a trend that this participation of the power generation will become higher and higher in the future. We have large power demand. Just to give you an idea, we're talking about from 75 to double than that, 150 megawatt power demand in such offshore units. It's quite similar to a small city or to a medium city. And most of it are powered by open cycle gas-fired turbines. That's extremely reliable. That's very traditional, so to say, and consolidated in the market. And it's very hard to compete. I mean, with the industrial facility, it's just above the energy that it needs. I mean, mostly it's what's burned, it's the associated gas that's already with the oil production, so to say. But if we want to go, we have, including aiming to be net zero up to 2050, we need to find a solution in order to take a look on the power generation system and what we can do with that. Of course, there is always room for energy efficiency. Every time you consume less electricity, you need to burn less gas, and you use more efficient systems, variable speed drivers, and so on. There's a lot of initiatives on that branch, so to say. But at the end, up to the limit, if we go to the limit of energy efficiency, we need to find a way so that the power generation could be low carbon. I'm trying like 3 times to move this. Okay, that's great. So in order to do that, we can think on other forms of energy so that we then can collect and use for the production. And we have like an integrated research initiative, so to say, and I like to call it research, development, and demonstration, so that we go until pilots and see things effectively working and so on to power offshore assets. And our main drivers is like to reduce LCOE, of course. Nobody wants to pay much more for the energy, because I would say that's rather difficult to say that we're going to pay less than with associated gas, but it should be minimal. Low GHG emissions, of course, high availability, and as autonomous as possible. This is like our power source integrated portfolio, so to say. Great, so what's included in this portfolio? And at this stage, I would say that everything that is on the screen, it's somehow being treated by our research center. But of course, some of them we have like stronger efforts, and by efforts you can understand investments and so on. There is more people working on some areas, and there are others that are just like perspective. And you'll see kind of disappointed, and I understand that there is no OTEC on this portfolio, so to say. But yeah, we are building that until now. And I will describe very briefly, I mean, like power from shore, it's, so to say, a natural solution. to think on the range of decarbonized oil and gas operations in Brazil. I will remember you that our onshore grid is about 85% renewable, sometimes more than that. So if we connect to the grid, it's like a real decarbonization. And if we combine that also with commercial, either onshore or shallow waters, gigawatt scale wind parks, it's of course also, there is a huge potential for that, but unfortunately we are far offshore in many regions, so that's not that straightforward to connect with an offshore wind park. And because of that, that leads us to the next circle, so to say, the floating offshore wind. I mean, the localization of our offshore assets pushes to look into floating offshore wind, maybe even before than so to say, the electricity market. And there is other options of power from other offshore renewables, and I would include OTEC in this in this ball over here. And we could go nuclear. Yes, that's a low carbon power solution. There's a lot going on in this sense, but there is a lot of discussion in terms of regulations, public opinion, and so on. Hydrogen is also a possibility. Of course, it will come up to the question how we are going to produce and deliver this hydrogen. But I mean, at the present day, I mean, the aeroderivative gas turbines can already burn about 20% hydrogen, and that will decarbonize the generation, so to say. That's similar to biofuels utilization. We could also use biofuels directly in the turbines, just like vegetal diesel or similar similar fuels. And oxy-combustion, like it's a similar discussion between the hydrogen. We have to get rid of the nitrogen to get just oxygen from the atmosphere and burn it. This is a kind of, so to say, pre-combustion CCUS that will also appear over here. To use combined cycle, but I will classify combined cycle. It's not research today, right? It's quite traditional, but it's quite hard, like, to include combined cycle in such a congested top side of offshore platforms. So what we have been looking into in terms of combined cycle for research is alternative combined cycle with, for example, supercritical CO2 and so on, with much more compact systems. And finally, I mean, the CCUS. And CCUS but that's not what we have already installed. I mean, Petrobras has the largest offshore CCUS project, but I would say that's it's convenient. I would classify like that, because we separate the CO2 from the production stream, but what we have been looking to is to separate CO2 post-combustion. So it will come up to the discussion that will require such a large system, because we have lower CO2 concentration, lower pressure, and high temperature. It's quite hard to treat just exhaust gases, but it's definitely also an option. All these options had different decarbonization potentials, and we could go over here for more than an hour discussing, I mean, these levels, but that's more or less what we assume at this stage. I mean, combining effects just like intermittency or availability to operate on partial loads and so on. And we classify this way. I mean, the amount of green that you see on the circles is how much we expect that we could decarbonize with each option, so to say. But that's not all. What we have to look is also the maturity of all those solutions. There are more mature solutions in this blue color. There is in the middle that still needs some development, but we see a light down in the road, and in the red it's yeah, we need a lot of research to get there. And this different color in nuclear, I mean, it's related to what I mentioned in terms of regulations, public opinion, and so on. Although in terms of technology, there is a lot available already. So we analyze all of them And as I mentioned in the beginning, we have some research projects with different levels of intensity, so to say, in all those options. But we have been already working on to evaluate, at least from the conceptual perspective, how can we power future assets with alternative low carbon power solutions. Well, that's not exactly a new idea, and then I just found this picture from 2004 from Petrobras. By the time that I was getting into the company, that's 600 kilowatt wind turbine operating integrated with this onshore extraction system. And that's real. I was there. That's me by the time 20 years ago in the company. And I couldn't imagine that I will be working right now with decarbonization of offshore assets. But we see that, and I illustrate that with offshore wind, because it's, so to say, a solution that's gaining momentum and also maturity, but we see different perspectives. The first one is to integrate dedicated floating wind parks to offshore platforms. The second one, that's a very interesting one, like to power subsea systems with alternative power generation. That's probably a good way to get started. I mean, we include new revenues for the system with integration with renewables, or to integrate with large renewable projects, for example, offshore wind. Trying to move forward again. Yeah, that's the one. So, and again, so I mentioned that it had already happened in the past, and it's also happening right now. It's still more on the wind side, so to say. But we have some examples. We have high wind pumping that's already operating like floating wind integrated with offshore platforms in the North Sea. We had also one asset operated in China that's also connected one floating offshore wind turbine of about 7 megawatts in China. We had also another example. I will try to bring all the examples so that I can, okay, relax. There are some others planned to the future. I mean, one from Total in the Mediterranean, I think so, and another one for the North Sea with 15 megawatts floating offshore wind integrated with platforms. So, I mean, it's happening. It's happening right now. And why can't we think also in other alternatives in order to supply this demand of low carbon power for offshore assets? How am I in terms of time? Okay, great. Well, what about OTEC? So I will bring you an exercise that's, so to say, very preliminary, and I'm open for critics, and we can discuss better numbers. But I got this report, the recent report in terms of economics from OTEC, and I just imagined that we had one specific oil field, like 200 kilometers from coast, 2,000 meters water depth, and yeah, I mean, if my plan was like to install OTEC so I can ensure some decarbonization level, I just went to this graph, and I think, yeah, based on what I have read, what our colleagues from Federal University of Rio de Janeiro taught me until now. So why don't we think on 10 megawatt OTEC units? So I just took a look on the graph and extract what would be the investment, the capex related to this system, and I end up with about $1.4 billion in investment for that. And I consider like a capacity factor of 70%, so that I have an average like 35 megawatt average electricity generation, included an OPEX of about 5% of my capex. Yeah, it may be conservative, but it's a number that we have been using also for other options, and I end up with an emission reduction for this specific asset of about 23%. Yeah, that's, I mean, a first number, but more relevant than that, as I mentioned in the beginning, I don't expect right now, yeah, I can say it this way, because it's such dependent on the where are you placing the system, what's the production development strategy, and so on. But I could say that's quite hard to beat the open cycle gas turbines. So more relevant than the absolute numbers is the relative position of that. And I will bring in the next slides our vision of how we have been analyzing low carbon power solution, looking to the marginal cost abatement. If you're not familiar with this curve, I will explain very briefly. It's quite useful to understand the decarbonization potential in terms of economics. The width of each bar, it's the total amount of decarbonization that we expect with this alternative, and the height is this marginal abatement cost. And what is that? That's what you will lose in terms of NPV, net present value, divided by the decarbonization potential. So at this level, for example, I have here, and I can show you the values right now, but I have here like X dollars to abate a certain amount of CO2. So we decide, of course, these bars to be as low as possible. And I can also anticipate to you, if you have like energy efficient actions, usually they have a negative value. So there is no, I mean, discussion on if you're going to implement or not. You're going to have more NPV to reduce emissions. That's very nice. I mean, we used to say that we love initiatives with negative values of marginal abatement costs. But usually we are in the positive range of that. And we gave also another information in this graph, that's the TRL levels associated with each one. There is also some discussion on these TRL levels in terms of deep waters, okay? But we can see that considering more or less mature solutions, and we can see here like the combined cycle that I mentioned in the beginning, you see that the width of those bars are very limited. That's more energy efficient. And here you're really replacing like the way that you generate power. And with that numbers that we had in the previous slide, we have such a large difference between OTEC and all the other options. That's bad news? Not necessarily. I mean, we of course need to have other loops of evaluation to understand a little bit better the specific case we're dealing to, and looking for alternatives, looking for research. I think many on this room can help like to bring this bar down. With that, I would conclude like that saying that offshore renewables has a huge potential in this decarbonization that is already planned for Petrobras and other oil companies in the journey of energy transition. Further innovations are still required. I mean, we need cost reductions for that to be competitive. But I mean, to have negative NPV at this stage, it's not to be not to be scared about that. It's that way with new technologies. Power from shore, it's a very interesting solution for Brazil, but it's not cost effective for all assets. I mean, quite far away and so on. There is a large room for other power generation. And of course, that I was even thinking last night if I should show the graph or not, because it's very site dependent. I mean, if we address and analyze that for other regions, it may not be the same. But just to give you an example, how we have been analyzing and looking for low carbon power solutions. So thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer your questions if you have any.
We can take time for one or two questions. Any from the audience?
Hi, Davi. I'm Vicente Faquina. In your studies, have you considered
in your presentation, kind of geothermal.
Yes, yes. I would that in the same range of OTEC, just like when we mention other offshore renewables, there is, a branch and there is a small group of research, because we have reservoir engineers and so on, that are looking into this alternative. Yeah, yes, there is. There is more, but it's more a prospective research project, but yeah, it's into consideration.
What cost would you suggest from your graph, you were talking about a small OTEC plant, that you want from OTEC to fill the bar but at a lower cost?
That's a great question, and we have been struggling with this question inside Petrobras, because we don't have like a regulation in place that will give us some price for carbon reduction. That's more a strategic discussion this stage, but the company anticipate this discussion, and we have like an internal target of what's the marginal abatement cost that we should reach to have like a different budget for that application. At this stage, it's about in the range of $30 to $50 per CO2 abated, per ton of CO2.
Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause, please, for our speaker. Next up is our first panel discussion, so just give us a minute to set up. The moderator for this will be Professor Shinohara. So I'd like to ask him to come up and then introduce the panelists he would like to have join us on stage.
Good afternoon.
We need only the two.
Hello. Good afternoon again. Now we have a panel, first panel, focusing OTEC in Fernando Noronha Island. So, we have a very short time, no more than 30 minutes. So, in that case, I will invite three experts in OTEC and environment. So, first, I'd like to invite Professor Ikegami to take. お願いいたします。We're with panelists, right? So, a chart? Okay. Okay. Three. So I'd like to invite Professor Ikegami. As you know, Professor Ikegami dismissed presentation, as you know. じゃなくて、池上を紹介するのは必要ないってこと。Okay, and another expert I'd like to invite, Professor Flamínio Levi Neto, please. And the third, Dr. Cristine Luiz Brown Moraes. Okay, so I would like to briefly present Professor Flamínio and Dr. Cristine. Professor Flamínio Levi Neto, he is mechanical engineer, graduated from Institute of Aeronautical Technology. In Brazil, it's known as ITA. He also mastered from ITA and PhD in mechanical engineering from Liverpool University from UK. And he has more than 40 years as a professor at ITA and also University of Brasilia. And, well, as I mentioned, Professor Ikegami dismissed the presentation, right? And Dr. Cristine, Luiz Brown Moraes. She has a PhD in biological oceanography from Tohoku University in Japan. And she has also 30 years experience working on environment. She has been working for Petrobras and also Total Energy. She also, at present, she is visiting research at Federal University of Pernambuco. In the morning session, we have 3 presentations talking about OTEC in remote island, Fernando Noronha. So, focusing this topic, we like to ask first Professor Flamino, okay, about 5 minutes about his as a panelist. Okay. So after we can open, after a presentation of them, we can open questions and answer.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Armando. It's just a comment. Humanity in the last 250 years, since the Industrial Revolution, has been guided by specialists. For example, specialists in producing energy, providing water to drink, providing food, taking care of the air that we breathe, and more recently, refrigeration. But they are specialists. They don't talk to each other. They take decisions only based in a focus, not in a global vision. And the main decision guide in all these specialized sectors sometimes have been decided mainly by profit, with very little discussion, very little cooperation. As a result, now in the 21st century, we are having global warming, greenhouse gases, polluted air to breathe, dirty water to drink, contaminated food, acid rain, heat waves, flooding, super El Niños, and longer dry seasons. In that scenario, if we look at OTEC just to produce electricity, I mean, with a specialized vision, it will not be economically competitive. So, starting with the islands, we need to sell OTEC and SWOC as a source not only of electricity, but also as a source of good drinking water, sustainable, refrigeration power, sustainable fishing farms, etc. And in addition, as a global solution of the problems of global warming, acid rain, heat waves, followed by floodings, air pollution, and also to have good drinking water. Without OTEC, fossil fuels will not disappear, because photovoltaic only produce energy 20% of the time and of the hours of the year, and wind only 40%. Sorry. In Brazil, about 50% of the population, lives close to the coast. So if we show that OTEC works well in the northeast of Brazil, we will open if we prove that OTEC works well in Fernando de Noronha, that will open the way to have OTEC in many other cities of the Northeast, I mean Salvador, Maceió, Recife, João Pessoa, Natal. And in those cities, the population varies from 300,000 to 2 million people. So there is a huge market for OTEC. It's an opinion. Thank you very much.
Professor Flamini, thank you very much. In Brazil also, ladies first, but she asked to be the last. so next I ask to Professor Ikegami some comments about OTEC in Fernando Noronha, please. He have a chance to visit Fernando Noronha in August this year, so that's why I will negate that.
Thank you, Professor Shinohara. So, I impressed to visit to the Fernando Island. So, because of very beautiful environment and very beautiful sightseeing site, many sites. So, and they protects the environment. So, and to, if we want to realize 100% renewable energy, so not only the solar or wind. So I think is as Professor Fernando Flamino so he proposed the online type, the OTEC as a first step is most realize the potential. So as he said, the 5 megawatt is a potential needed for Fernando. So first implementation step is 1 megawatt or 500 kilowatt using multi-stage application. So Fernando, as you said, Brazil has a huge potential of the OTEC. So everybody calls Blue Amazon. So and we have to announcement this potential in the world. So from the Fernando. So it's very high potential announcement. So next step we want to more in detail pre-feasibility studies. So if possible next year, so in Brazil we'll hold the COP30. COP30 is very great chance to present the OTEC potential in the world from the Brazil. So from this symposium, so let's start the promoting the OTEC from the Fernando to accelerate the OTEC in Brazil. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. So next to talk, so I asked Dr. Cristine. She prepared some presentations using slides, right? So please, por favor.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about OTEC on Fernando de Noronha Island and environmental protection. Next, please. So, to develop a sustainable OTEC project, the first step is to assess the potential for OTEC in Fernando de Noronha, including electricity needs, potential environmental effects, other services that OTEC could provide, and community needs, interests, and concerns. While OTEC provides a renewable, clean source of energy, it also has some potential environmental effects on marine ecosystem that we need to be aware of, particularly on Fernando de Noronha Island. 3 main points were identified. However, none appear to be overly challenging and can most likely be avoided or mitigated. Oops. No. Okay. Okay, so the first one is the thermal effect. So this could affect the ocean's natural temperature structure, which could affect coral reefs, fish habitats, and plankton community. But we can mitigate it. And how you mitigate it? We can conduct numerical modeling studies to identify the optimum depth for water discharge. But better than this, we can use this water, like in the Kumejima model and the other OTECs that are running around the world. We can use that in water desalinization, drink water. We can use in our air conditioner system, aquaculture, agriculture, and a lot of other things that Ikegami Sensei said in the morning. Also, now Armando said in his presentation. So the second one is discharge of water with high nutrient contents. The effect of that in the environment is pumping nutrient-rich deep water to the surface may lead to microalgae blooms due to the eutrophication of the water. So these also we can mitigate. How? I think you know that the deep sea water has low bacterial content and is rich in nutrients and mineral components. Even after the water's use, in power generation, its quality remains unchanged, so making it suitable for aquaculture, drinking water, and etc. So that's a very important point that we must pay attention. And the third one that was selected, because there are others, but I select those three, it's the habitat disturbance. That is happening, the installation of tech infrastructure, such as pipelines and platforms, can physically disrupt the marine habitats, especially for benthic organisms. It may interfere with migration paths and marine species. But we also have mitigation for that. That is avoiding ecological sensitive areas. And in this subject, we have a very good advantage in Fernando de Noronha. That is the water column temperature. That usually in the surface layers, that is from 0 to 50 meters, the temperature ranged from 26 to 29 degrees. In the thermocline, that usually happens between 50 and 150 meters. The temperatures drop from around 26 to 12, 15, around that degrees. The thermocline works as a barrier between those layers. So it separates the warm water from the surface from the cold water from the deep water. And there is an intermediate layer that is from around 150 to 1,000 meters below the thermocline. The temperature continues to decline gradually. And there is the good advantage that we have in Fernando de Noronha, that is usually for the project, OTEC projects, the water is captured around 1,000 meters. In Fernando de Noronha, we can get this optimum temperature for OTEC from 600, 700 meters temperature. That's a very good advantage. So you can save in pipelines. So in general mitigation strategy is do a robust feasibility study and an environmental impact assessment. That is a really important before we start anything in Fernando de Noronha due to the sensibility of the area. So, OTEC projects like in Kumejima Island, Hawaii, Malaysia, South Korea, Maldives Islands, and others, highlighted the importance of balancing energy production with environmental protection. By adopting sustainable practices and carrying out in-depth research, many of these impacts can be avoided or mitigated. Thank you. Obrigada. If you have any question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Christine. So, as you know, in Fernando Noronha, since 2001, it was considered World Natural Heritage by UNESCO. So, the environment conditions more severe. That's why I asked to Dr. Christine to make some appointment. So from now, we can open questions from the audience, right? Então, senhor, acho que pode, can return.
Jairo from Atinav. One question is about the size of a plant for 5 megawatt waters, the size of the plant and the weight of this plant. Do you have an idea about that?
Okay, so let's ask to Ikigami Sensei. 5メガワットの
So, Lockheed Martin proposed the OTEC 10 megawatt. It's a 15 meter times 50 meter. 50 times 50 is 10 megawatt OTEC. So maybe 5 megawatt is 30 meter times 30 meter. Yeah, but depends on the design. Yeah.
Weight of the plant.
He wants to know about the weight.
So, sorry, later I explain, yeah. Later I will tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I've heard a lot of talk about the discharge water in terms of its temperature and biological, but what nobody's been mentioning is they talk about desalination, which creates brine. So when you're doing that, what are they doing with the brine, just out of curiosity?
Okay. Can you reply? 炭水化した後の濃度の濃縮したのはどうなりますか?
After desalinated ratio is about 1% of the totally seawater. So it's very small affected. So as you know, well, in India is over 10 years of operation. Yeah, so only 1% is desalinated, but very low efficiency, but a huge amount of the seawater. So after desalinated water, very huge amounts. So, but effect is very small because only 1% the desalinated flash evaporation.
Okay, thank you. So next.
Hi, I'm Vicente from Petrobras. About Fernando de Noronha, okay, an OTEC asset about 3 to 5 megawatts. What are the really prospect of a business case there within 5 years, both technical and financial issues? Is it really possible to have such exit within 5 years in Fernando Noronha, concerning sponsors, etc., etc.?
Maybe can you like to try to answer. Perspective in next 5 years, no? So, if you like, I have some opinion, but if you like, yeah, in morning session we try to make some schedule, no? For OTEC in Fernando Noronha. So first, as Dr. Christine mentioned, we like to make a robust feasibility study first. So it takes 1 year or more, 2 years. So we expect to get some funding next year, prepare the proposal and get funding and start, no? With Brazil and Japan. And the next 5 years, we hope to have now 1 megawatts at some demonstration, OTEC, depend on that. In the next 5 years, we have some expectations is not 1 megawatts, but 100 kilowatts. No, as a demonstration to learn and something like that. Is possible because the capex capex is very high. So we have time for 1 or 2 questions more. So to finalize, some comments, additional comments, Professor Flaminio or Professor Ikegami, like make some additional comments?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Dr. Daniel from Petrobras.
Okay, yeah, I think it's going to be a nice question, like for the final comments, if you need, you can join together. What, in the opinion of each one of you, should be the theme or the subject that will focus more in the near future so that OTEC will become a feasible solution or to increase the chance that such kind of project will have success?
I think is 1 megawatt or 2 megawatt is on type is there are no technology problem. So we want to, as soon as possible, realize. But the floating OTEC is 1 or 2 steps we have to demonstration. But on type is there are no technology issues. But economically, so we have to some subsidy or some model, so we want to consider the promoting the, because as I explained, the intake tube is a green infrastructure supported by international organization or public as a infrastructure. So we can realize accelerated, yeah.
One more question? Any question? More comments? Professor Flaminio, please.
There is a phrase of Albert Einstein. He said, "There is only one science, too many to divide it, and too little to study it." Because humanity has been specialized for many centuries. I think to build a good OTEC, we need a team with many specialists. People that knows biology, chemistry, mechanical engineering, naval engineering. We need a team of multidisciplinary specializations, because the problem is not simple. The problem is global. It involves water, it involves ocean temperature, ocean life, energy, many aspects. I think we need a good team with many different experts.
Well, in my opinion, I think it was exactly what I started my presentation, that is to do a a robust study on that, because we need to see the importance to do our tech in Fernando de Noronha. So you need to know the needs that they need, energy and the other things that OTEC can do, and mainly talk to the community to see their needs. What more they need, more than energy, other things that we can provide with OTEC.
Thank you. So the time is over, just 30 minutes. So I'd like to thank Professor Ikigan, Professor Flamini, and Dr. Cristina again for being the panelists. OTEC in Fernando de Noronha. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you again to our panelists. So we will move right along. We're going to skip our next break and go right into our next presentation. That'll give us time for a longer break, which will take place outside in the room. Next room over, we have a formal coffee break, so we'll go into the other room and have a little bit longer break and to socialize and do that. Just to let you know as well, after the evening is completed, or after all the presentations, we do have a small reception, a happy hour that will take place after as well. So don't leave yet and stay to the end, and then you can have a drink with us towards the end of the day as well. So we're going to go straight into our next presentation, session 3, which is on economics. And so we're going to have a video from Dan Grech. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to participate in person this time because he has a new facility in the water, and we have a video from him which will show you that. The good, the bad, and the ugly, 5 years of OTEC fundraising. Dan Grech is the global OTEC CEO.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Grech. I'm the founder and CEO of Global OTEC. I'm also proudly the new UK delegate for the Ocean Thermal Energy Association. I'd like to start with an apology. I'm so sorry that I can't be with you in person. I'm right now in Las Palmas in Gran Canaria, a Spanish group of islands off the coast of Africa. And I'm here with our first fabrication, a structural prototype for demonstrating OTEC in tropical storm zones, a project called Plotec. I think we've got the largest grant ever given by the European Commission's Horizon Europe programme for ocean thermal energy conversion. We're incredibly proud of this project, and we think this is a huge milestone for being able to fundraise for OTEC projects in areas like the Caribbean and Pacific who experience hurricanes. So I'm going to be talking to you about fundraising. I think this is a really overlooked area, and it is critical to the development of OTEC. Research papers and academia is the fundamental science and research. Actually getting into the engineering is incredibly expensive, risky, and looking at Wave and Tidal, who I'm feeling that we're a little behind at the moment, we've got a lot of work to do. And the way that we can do this fastest is through fundraising to build new OTEC demonstrations. We've been talking now for, I think, nearly 10 years about pilot plants in Japan and Hawaii of a reasonable scale. We need more. I have to admit, a little bluntly, I'm disappointed with the lack of progress in the OTEC sector. Watching the OTEC Symposium in South Korea 2018 or 2019, that felt like a turning point, a 1 megawatt floating demonstration. If I had asked those of you who were there, what will we be talking about in 2024 or 2025, I'm sure you would have very ambitious answers compared to the reality. The onus is on all of us to build more in OTEC. And maybe we need a little less fundamental research and papers and a little more engineering. This is what investors are looking for and pay attention to. So in my talk, I'm going to be talking about fundraising, the good, the bad, the ugly. I want to just share some insights and learnings, so ideally to inspire you to feel like that you too can fundraise and build something yourself. So I have no relevant engineering or technical background, and here I am with a team we've built, having raised the largest EU grant ever, and we've built something. So if I can do it, I'm sure you can too. Let's start with some of the fundamentals about fundraising. So there are really three different types of mechanisms: grants, equity, and debt. Grants are, anyone in research and academia are going to be familiar with these. This is free money. It's anything from £1,000 or dollar bursary all the way through to millions and millions aligned with the strategic interests of a grantor. This is typically for your earlier stage TRL, your fundamental research. They're incredibly competitive and hard to get. If you are not resilient and you don't like rejection, then this fundraising game isn't for you, but grants are a great place to start. Then we have equity. Equity is going to do the heaviest lifting, taking OTEC from where we are today to the vision we all have of OTEC being a mass-produced and deployed technology around the world. And this involves investors taking a financial stake in a company. It's their ticket to be paid back in the future, but they're taking a lot of risk. There's no guarantee that they'll even get their money back, let alone what the returns are going to be. But a subsect of that equity, venture capital, for their unicorn companies, the investments that are going to return 100 or 1,000x on their investment. I'm confident that Global OTEC is going to be one of those. Lastly, we have debt. Now, debt is not so relevant today. Debt is going to do all the heavy lifting after we have started to mass deploy OTEC around the world. And it's for conventional technologies, the most readily source of finance. A typical renewable energy project will have a ratio of about 80% debt to 20% equity ratio. Debt is something we can only dream of today, but we've got to build to get there to unlock it. Because once we can, there are trillions of dollars for us to use to deploy OTEC around the world and scale. So let's start with some of my insights from grant funding. I've really lost count of the amount of grant applications I've sent out. I think my success rate is somewhere about 5%. Nearly every UK grant application ever made has been rejected. The success rate for all grant applications in the UK are about 3%. And because of the lack of the UK's domestic application for OTEC, it's very hard to make a case.
Sorry for the technical difficulty. We're working on recovering the video. Just give us a second.
Or if you're like us, you can find grant writers who know how to do all of this already. And you can negotiate a deal, you don't have to pay them up front. If you can paint a vision to grant writers that OTEC is going to make everyone's dreams come true, then they want to be part of that story. So some of our best success in grant applications is actually from using these writers, but you've got to have a coherent proposition for them. So now we're going to talk about equity. This is where I believe the biggest opportunity comes to take OTEC from where it is now, demonstration, pilot plants, fundamental science, to actual commercial operations. And an important subsect of that equity category is venture capital. Now, while debt is the largest of the funding sources, I would say this is about the second largest in terms of what would deploy into OTEC as a category. And I'm not exaggerating when I say we have had over 100 pitches and investor engagements over just the last 2 years, and to have been able to convert 5 or 6 of those people into investors gives you a success rate of around 5 or 6%. So if you're serious about fundraising for OTEC through equity, your process is everything. If you think you're going to start just having a couple of conversations and kick the tires with some investors, it's a waste of time. You're not going to be successful. You need to have a process where you organize a target list of who are the right investors for this technology. There's no point talking to software investors looking for the next calendar meeting online SaaS product when you're talking about doing hardware in the ocean. Equally, it's not worth your time talking to investors looking for later stage companies who are already commercial if you're not. Now, where Global OTEC's been focusing its attention is on this early stage venture capital category. Those 5 or 6 investors that we've converted have become absolute OTEC advocates. They live, sleep and breathe Global OTEC as well as their other portfolio companies. But these people are putting their professional reputations, cash, they're putting all of this on the line because they believe that Global OTEC will deliver them the returns that meet their expectations. Now, I would encourage you to be looking at this category. How can you present something that is compatible with a VC investment? Now, one way to learn about what's compatible with a VC investment is to look into what they call their investment thesis. You can tend to find this on websites. So if you're starting to populate and filter a list of who your target audience might be, you need to validate that they're looking for technologies with impact on renewable energy. If they're focused solely on, I don't know, biotech, then you're wasting everyone's time engaging them. You need to be super targeted in this process. Next, you need to build your pitch materials. So before you're having these conversations or outreach, you need a pitch deck, about 10 slides, depending on who you ask, that shows the problem that you're addressing, your solution, your product, your traction, key financials. What does the market look like? What's the growth potential? These are sort of the fundamental steps to any pitch. And you've probably heard about an elevator pitch. You need to be able to deliver that 2-minute address about why you exist as a company and why this investor should part way with their cash. If you can't get them excited and their attention in 2 minutes, then you've lost the room. But this pitch deck should also serve as your tool for when you're having that first call or coffee, to be taking them on a journey, telling them a story about why you started the company, why that problem keeps you up at night, and why they should part with their cash to invest into you. Accompanying this deck, you should have some basic financial model for an early stage company and a due diligence data room that's ready to show all of your legal documents and any agreements, an overview of your IP. All of this should be ready, because if an investor turns around and wants to give you a term sheet to invest, which is the kind of heads of terms prior to an equity investment, then you need to be ready, because time is really of the essence. Now, during this process, you're going to have lots of conversations. Like I say, you're not targeting one or two conversations. You need a meaningful list, knowing that you will probably only convert 4 or 5% of these investors. And you don't want to be in a position where you have no negotiating power with any investor. You want to have a group, almost a consortium, that are making up your ask. Now, it's highly conventional that you will have what's called a follow and then several leads for a raise. This follower is going to do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to the legal framework of the deal and setting the terms. And the followers, they're going to be putting in a slightly smaller check. They're not going to be as involved in the detail of that deal, but the clue is in the name of who leads and who follows. The most important relationship is that lead. That's probably going to be the person who you're having to make agreements with and have very difficult conversations around the line, as expectations aren't met, as happens throughout the lifetime of building your company. It's also important to consider the different stages of early venture capital. So our first round was something called a pre-seed. This comes before a seed round, which you get the idea from the name. The seed is meant to be that, what you sow as an investment to grow something further down the line. Those growth stages are a Series A all the way to F, I think even G. And those series rounds are when you're in your growth stage and you need as much money to execute on delivering as possible. A stage that we're very excited to get to eventually as Global OTEC. But for the purpose of OTEC, your companies are going to be between pre-seed and seed. Okay, so another piece of advice is having a super clean organization that an investor doesn't get any red flags about. If you've been running a consultancy out of your entity for years, and now you're going to be pivoting into a technology company, you're going to find it really difficult to convince the investor that you're a technology company, because when they look at you, they're going to see a consultancy. And if you've just incorporated a brand new company, then you're going to have all the biases against you that you're brand new and you're maybe too immature, or you're going to run away with their money. So welcome to the world of raising money. You're constantly between a rock and a hard place. The sweet spot is to incorporate your company, get some early stage customers or grants to then develop something, and then take that out to investors when you've actually delivered something for somebody else. And now, obviously, debt is another category that I've mentioned. I don't think there's a lot to really share about that at this stage, apart from to share with you that most debt investors that we've pitched, and we have pitched many, tell us to come back later when we've got something physical and operational in the water. So I hope you found this crash course in fundraising helpful. I'd love to be able to share more, and if I was with you in Rio over beers and cachaça, I'm sure we would have a great time and share many more stories. But just to wrap up, OTEC is looking at 3 different categories for its growth: grant, equity, and debt. There are endless resources online for you to go and research. If you're inspired by this and you want to fundraise, go and use those tools in the same way that I did, and you can go from being someone who's selling addresses to rich people on the internet to building an OTEC prototype. I'm very sorry about the noise and construction around me, but you'll understand when you're building your first OTEC prototype that it's the best feeling in the world. Thank you very much. Again, I'm sorry we couldn't be there, and I look forward to engaging with you all, either online or in person at the next OTEC events. Thank you very much.
Early session. We're going to take a break now. We're going to go through and out to another room where we have coffee and can socialize a little bit. It'll take about 20 minutes. So we will see you here back at 3:40. No beer yet. Wait until after. Wait till after. Blame the organizer.
It feels like dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 We like the ocean supply, but maybe you can hear it's the sound of my heart. All I want is to dance with you now to the beat of your love again. It feels like dum 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 da
We're going back to the old school. Way back in the day. People came from miles around to hear the music play. We're going back to the old school. Back to the old school. Back to the old school. Going back to the old school. 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 Back to the 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 old school. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
Our next session is session 4, Outreach and Research. So this is a combined session talking about marketing going forward, education, but also research aspects on OTEC and related technologies. Our first speaker will be communicating OTEC, demystifying technical language to drive public interest. Karina Scarbi from Global OTEC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Boa tarde. Just waiting for my presentation to appear. Okay. So it is a pleasure for me to be here, not only because it's the first time I'm speaking in an event, also it's probably the first time that the OTEC Symposium has a slot for communication, so that's really good. We need to keep that up. And of course, I'm home, I'm in my country, so that makes everything more special. In this quick presentation, I will be talking about communicating OTEC and how we can demystify this super technical language we are used to drive public interest. So just a quick introduction. I'm Karina Sgarbi. I'm the communications manager at Global OTEC. I am an awarded journalist. I used to work as a news reporter here in Brazil, and I have a specialization in multimedia and institutional communications. And I work for Global OTEC, that was founded to provide clean baseload power from the ocean to power the tropical area of the world, of course. So, direct to the point. The main challenges when communicating OTEC. What is OTEC? We have here a room full of people. We have different backgrounds. We speak different languages. We have different cultures. But I'm sure we all, at least once in life, when we were talking about OTEC to people, we have been faced by this question, but what is OTEC? That means that people don't know what the technology is, don't know how it works, where it works, they don't know anything about it, and we need to change that. The second challenge, who actually knows OTEC? So we can see, again, this room, outside this room, who actually knows OTEC? So maybe it's important for us to reflect a bit if we are kind of inside a bubble, and we need to break that because we want more people interested in that. Also, we have the challenge of many communications done in the past about OTEC. They are too technical, too long, too extensive, and when we talk about the general audience, the general public, it's really difficult for like a normal person to understand what it is if they are not used to the terms, to the language. There is also a lack of past communications in past OTEC projects. So sometimes it's difficult to find even like about the history of OTEC. If you don't search for the exact terms, if you don't search for, let's say, George Cloud, you won't find some correlation with OTEC sometimes. And the other challenge is whenever people talk about renewable energy technologies, OTEC isn't mentioned. We may be sometimes inside the other renewables, but considering the potential of OTEC to power the whole tropical area of the world, we should get more space. So why should we care about communicating OTEC? Visibility. If you are not sharing about the progress of your company, about the projects you are doing, about what you are developing, how people will know what you are doing, how people will know that you exist. So that's really important. The more we talk about what we are doing, the more we show the progress that is being done today on OTEC. Also awareness, every time we talk about OTEC, we help explain what the technology is, how it works, etc., so people become more aware about the technology. And also popularization. We want OTEC to have its own space in the renewable energy mix, its deserved seat, of course. So again, the more we talk about it, the more popular it will become. And the magic. Ooh. Is this one? Yeah, so the Global OTEC example. This is just to share some insights, some inspiration. I'm not going to be talking about everything we have been doing the past 2 years at Global OTEC, because that will be a lot. But We have a diverse range of communication channels, so we are in many social media channels, we have a website, we send a monthly newsletter, we participate in events, and we have relations with the press. Our content is tailored and unique. It's focused also in creating connections with people because we want people to feel represented, to feel heard. And we have a focus on being creative, informative and relevant. Of course, a commitment to quality. And our approach to communications is dynamic and less bureaucratic. So that allows us, for example, we had the lifting of the structure that you just saw at Dan's video. When we recorded the video, it was still at the yard, but now it's floating in the ocean. We have that lifting on a Wednesday afternoon. On Thursday morning, you would find already a video about the operation in our YouTube channel. So just to talk a bit about our digital presence, we have profiles in LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube, and also our website, of course, where you find lots of information about OTEC, or project, or institutional communications, and everything related. I will just highlight on YouTube, we have some playlists on our projects, on our different series of content. For example, Island Voices, Plotech, we have a playlist just about OTEC. If people want to learn more about it and they prefer a video format, they can just go to our YouTube channel and they will find all the information. Also, whenever possible, we participate in events and we make the case for OTEC. We raise our voice to talk about OTEC. So just to mention a few that we have participated in the past few years, COP26 and COP28, the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum last year, also the SEEDS4 Assembly this year in Antigua and Barbuda, and the CBEC in Malaysia this year. So these events are a good platform whenever possible. If you are participating and you have the opportunity to talk about OTEC, we highly encourage that because that helps more people to be aware about the technology, to get to know more about OTEC in general. And this is like my babies. So just to talk a bit about our unique content, to show that it's not that difficult to kind of translate into different formats. Of course, there is an effort in creativity, in time spent to do that, in trying to think about new ways of using resources already available to provide more information for people who want to learn more about OTEC. So for example, in our website, we have a page called What is OTEC, where if you just visit that page, like, and I'm talking here as like thinking of a general audience. If you just visit that page, you don't know anything about OTEC, you are a normal person, you'll find there the key information you need to understand the basic concepts of the technology. We also have a page in our website, which is an interactive map. And you can see like each pin here is a country or territory where OTEC works. So people can kind of navigate the whole world and see very well all these countries. They are all listed in there. We also have another page called OTEC Library, where we put together lots of articles, research papers about OTEC or with any relation on OTEC. It's open. If you have more suggestions, please email us. We are happy to include there. So if people are researching for more technical information, they can go to that page. That's a good starting point as well. Also last year, we launched an animated video, which is a resource we used in conferences we shared with investors. It has also been used in schools to show kids how OTEC works. It's a format of content that works for everyone, basically. So it was really good as well. Also thinking about children, this year we created this piece of content, which is an OTEC activity book for kids. And thanks Dr. Sadia for helping us with the translation for Malay. This content is available in English, in Portuguese, in Spanish, in French, in Malay, and in Diverhi, and soon to come in more languages. It's free for download in our website. It has 4 pages, 4 A4 pages, so you can just go there, download, and play with your kids. Or if you are a school teacher, you can use the content in the classroom as well. This is a way for us to to kind of work towards a more sustainable future, because we believe that the next generations should also be included in these conversations. And if they are not learning in the traditional methods, we have some tools that they can use. Also, we have lots of videos, as I was mentioning before, in our YouTube channel. For example, we talked about Fernando de Noronha a lot this morning. We have a video about that. It is in Portuguese, so if people are searching for more information, they may come across this video that kind of puts together not too technical information, but some relevant information to talk about the potential of OTEC to power the whole island. And we have a special series of content. For example, Island Voices, which is a series of video interviews conducted by our founder and CEO, where he talks to people that are from islands to hear their perspectives on renewable energy, power generation, on OTEC, and a more sustainable future. This is a way for us to kind of use our space and our channels to help raise the voices of people that may not be heard all the time or as much as they should. So that's also a good piece of content that we have. We have 6 episodes. You can check them on our YouTube channel. There is also a page dedicated for that on our website that makes it easier to navigate. Another part of our work in these past 2 years was to create relevance in the media. There is a work that we started literally from zero, because I know people in Brazil, I know journalists in Brazil, but in the whole world, I don't know people. We started this just trying and keep trying to find some more interesting ways to grab the attention, and I think the biggest one was to get a publication in the New Scientist magazine last year. As you know, it is a huge magazine in the science and technology field. So get them to give us a few pages to talk about OTEC was really a great win, not just for global OTEC, but I think for the whole industry, because then, again, we start to create this relevance. So far, we have been published in over 70 different countries, and more than 336 articles. This number is actually bigger now, but just for to keep 2 years in the counting. So we have been published, for example, in Fiji, in Asia, the US, specific industry related media. We try to always find which media can be more interesting for our news, and we just go for it. We don't know anyone. We are not paying for any of this. It's just literally our own effort in trying to create more relevance around OTEC. And another big thing we did this year, we had our focus on PLOTEC, which is a project funded by the European Union. Global OTEC is one of 7 partners. We are responsible for other engineering aspects of the project, but also for the communications. And the focus is the information updates and project developments. You can visit plotec.eu to learn more about the project. This is our structure that is now floating in the ocean. And just to talk a bit about what we did for the project. So if you go to the website, that's the homepage, you'll find all information about what it is, what's the purpose, what we have done so far. So we have our press releases saved in there. We have blog posts, and we have all the videos that we have produced, basically kind of weekly or bi-weekly updates directly from the yard with our lead engineer, talking about all the phases of development, because we believe that it's really interesting to share with people what is being done about OTEC these days, and also to share all the aspects of the progress of a project so they can understand that things don't get built from one day to the other. It takes time. Also, as you can see in the structure, it is named Don, which is after Don Leonard. He was a British engineer, dedicated his life to OTEC advancement, and we decided to honor him, naming the structure after him. We created a special piece of content interviewing his son to talk about his father's work, his passion about OTEC, and how he would be proud to see some OTEC developments these days. Also, the project has its own social media channels in case you want to follow to see the latest updates. So just to wrap up, the way that we see that communicating OTEC can be made in an easier way is if you focus on key messages. So instead of using, I don't know, a whole paragraph to say something, if you try to keep things simple, using only the most relevant information to keep people interested. It doesn't mean that you have to use these messages. It's just like as an inspiration, but it's some things that we use at Global OTEC. So for example, harnessing the ocean to generate clean electricity. That really explains what OTEC is in very simple terms. Works in the tropical area of the ocean. That's really important to mention whenever we are talking about OTEC as well, because it doesn't work everywhere, although the tropical area of the ocean is quite big. It is important to kind of limitate that. And baseload power 24/7 all year round, that's really important because that's a major advantage about OTEC as well. This is fun. So some recommended practices if you want to start communicating OTEC in your research centers, in your companies, or even inside your own companies. First thing, be simple. It's pretty easy to get things really complicated when you're talking about OTEC, because every time you are doing something to communicate OTEC, you need to say ocean thermal energy conversion. In there, you already lose a lot of time. You need to explain a lot of things. So that's why it's also important to focus on key messages so you avoid that complication. Also to start local. For example, if you are doing a research, you can look for the communications department at your university. They will give you some advice on trying to find a local newspaper who may be interested, or a specific magazine, for example, that may be interested in the research you are doing. And of course, be online. These days, if you are not online, you don't exist. So it doesn't mean you have to be in all social media channels and doing TikToks or YouTube videos, but try to be online, at least have a good website where people can find information. It's a really good piece of advice. Yay. So, of course, just to finish, a message that clear and effective communication is crucial for driving the advancement of OTEC technology. If just like, to mention an example, when I first started at Global OTEC, our lead engineer, he told me that he was trying to get a quote from a manufacturer. They were kind of ignoring his emails, or they would just don't reply to him. And once they started to see our communications on LinkedIn, they were like, okay, they emailed him saying, we are seeing that you guys are doing some cool things. We want to be part of that. So that's how important communications is. And that's how we should all be doing that, because we want OTEC to be more popular at the end of the day. We want that next year, the next OTEC Symposium, this room will be even with more people. And yeah, thank you so much. Obrigada.
Thank you very much. We have time for a question or two, if any questions from the audience.
One thing I'm curious about is, this marketing is fantastic, by the way. I mean, I'm nothing criticizing here. But on the site, when I've gone there, there's absolutely nothing about the actual technology. Because I understand not leading with that, but in terms of the technology that they're deploying, there's nothing. It's just, we're going to do OTEC.
But the technology is OTEC, right? So
yeah, but
what are we not explaining about OTEC?
That's like saying I'm building a car. And then what kind of car?
If you were a manufacturer, are you going to show all your secrets? No.
No, but I'd show my car, and I'd say you can do this,
we
this,
show
and this.
our designs, our platforms, our projects, so they are there.
All right, good work, Karina. So, what else are you planning to do if you're able to, in the next maybe year or two? If you can share, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can anticipate that because we are really excited about this piece of content. Considering the advancements we are doing with the Plotech project we are creating, it's still in the developing phase, but we will have a mini documentary about the whole project, about the whole tech advancement, because as I mentioned in the presentation, there is a lack of past communications on all tech projects, and we want to change that. We want people in the future, let's say 10, 20 years from now, to look back and find, oh, these guys, they did something really cool about OTech in 2024. So that's that's our next big step. Well, of course, keep doing everything that we are doing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will be Efficiency and Power and Energy Conversion for OTech. This presentation will be a video provided by Dr. Yasunaga Takeshi. He's an associate professor at Osaka Electrocommunication University.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time to watch the video presentation. I'm Takeshi Yasunaga from Osaka Electrocommunication University. I'll be discussing the efficiency and power in energy conversion for OTech. You might recall some principles from physics. Yes, indeed, they are crucial for OTech projects. This knowledge is essential for designing, operation, and even achieving the preliminary acceptance certificate for these projects, because the fundamental physics directly influence OTech performance projections. For the projection of power, it's important to note that seawater temperature varies over time, daily, seasonally, and even over years. Understanding and accounting for this variety is crucial for effective commercialization of OTech. I'm excited to share my insight with you and hope that they will provide valuable support in achieving the commercialization of OTech. I'll introduce a theoretical model called FFT model for performance projection and performance analysis in OTech systems. And the contents of the presentation are based on mainly two concepts. The first is a back-work balance, which is very important for the design and operation of OTech systems to reduce capex. The second concept is available power projection on finite time thermodynamics. In the case of OTech, the temperature difference between the heat source and the heat sink is only 20 degrees Celsius, so the heat transfer process plays the most important role in terms of available power. I'll share my experience that is closely connected to the FFT model. When I was a PhD student at Saga University in Japan, we developed the Ueha cycle, which uses ammonia water mixture as a working fluid to achieve higher performance. For performance evaluation, I selected thermal efficiency, which is ratio of power output to the heat input. And I calculated numerous cases. Although the Ueha cycle is excellent, I couldn't explain the meaning of thermal efficiency for these cases. In some instances, the available power can be higher even at lower thermal efficiency. I have observed similar trends in other research results that uses relatively lower temperature differences, such as OTech and organic Rankine cycle in geothermal power. However, at that time, there was no clear explanation for this discrepancy for me. FTT refers to finite time thermodynamics. Actually, we saw the basic of this in the development history of OTEC. If you open the famous book entitled Renewable Energy from the Ocean, a Guide to OTEC, written by William Avery and Chi-Woo, in chapter 1, you can find two definitions of thermal efficiency. One is known as Carnot efficiency, which is the maximum efficiency and serves as an actual upper bound. The other is also a form of Carnot efficiency, but is theoretically derived at maximum power. Maximum efficiency and efficiency at maximum power are different. The figures of thermal efficiency are totally different because the Carnot efficiency at the maximum power is almost half of the Carnot efficiency at the upper bound of maximum efficiency. The thermal efficiency of steam heat engine developed rapidly in the 20th centuries in the use of turbines. Nowadays, one of the most efficient conventional power plants have achieved more than 40% thermal efficiency by increasing the turbine inlet temperature and pressure. The design constraints of the power plants include materials for high heat resistance in the boiler and atmospheric temperature. Specifically, in the boiler, the combustion temperature is much higher than turbine inlet steam temperature. Therefore, only the turbine inlet and outlet temperatures are considered in thermal efficiency evaluation in the thermodynamics. However, in case of OTEC, we need to consider the heat transfer performance between surface seawater or deep seawater and the heat engine. Chi-Woo was the first to apply the concept of finite time thermodynamics to the OTEC heat engine. By the way, finite time thermodynamics has been developed since the 1950s for evaluating PWR nuclear power plants, but there are almost no practical application reference for the power plant design. I think the high temperature difference between the heat source and heat sink makes it premature to apply the FFT model. When we consider the temperature difference between seawater and heat engine, the thermal efficiency at maximum power will be halved. However, in this model, the seawater does not change temperature during heat exchange, requiring an infinite seawater flow rate. For a practical OTEC system to achieve net power as a power plant, we need to consider a finite flow rate of seawater. OTEC, of course, will be a power plant supplying electricity to the grid. To achieve this, we need to attain net power, which is simply the turbine generator power minus the total pumping power. I refer to the total pumping power as a backwork. We need to focus on this backwork because it will consume roughly 50% of generated power, which is similar to a gas turbine power plant. Here is a sample of experimental result of the Weha cycle and FFT model projection on turbine generator power. To increase power output, you can increase the seawater flow rate, which acts as a kind of fuel. Indeed, the theoretical available power from sea thermal increases with the seawater flow rate. However, if you increase the seawater flow rate too much, the net power output will decrease after reaching at peak. If you design or operate with such a high seawater flow rate, you will end up consuming power using an OTEC plant. Thus, projecting the available power and net power is crucial for the financial viability of the plant. The reason why net power decreases is simple. The potential turbine generator power is roughly proportional to the seawater flow rate. However, the pumping power is proportional to the seawater flow rate cubed. In other words, seawater flow rate rises to the power of 3. The key is to understand the performance of the component and head losses and to strike the balance. The FFT model can be simplified to achieve the optimum condition. Okay, I explained one tip for applying the FFT model to evaluate the whole system. The model is applicable for evaluating the performance of components and for the development of components such as heat exchangers by using it as an objective function. It can also calculate the potential available energy of seawater and required seawater flow rate. Let's check the basic of these applications. As for the analysis, the FFT model can calculate the optimum flow rate under the design and operating conditions, as you could see in the previous slide. Additionally, the model can calculate the theoretical available power, meaning the potential power, at your design or operating condition. Using this theoretical available power, you can analyze the losses of available power by each component. Usually, we can check the balance of the system and sometimes struggle to identify the dominant root cause of the losses. However, the FFT model analysis will provide a clear view. If we look at the capex in onshore and offshore projects, some reports and researches have highlighted a disparity. In case of onshore project, the seawater intake cost strongly depends on the site. For onshore project, the heat exchanger costs impact the total capex by around 25%. Additionally, the volume of the heat exchanger is substantial, so minimizing heat exchanger size will affect the cost of the platform and mooring, which is around 25%. Therefore, the development of heat exchangers is significant for the future development of OTEC. To consider the performance of heat exchangers, we again need to consider the back-work balance. High heat transfer performance heat exchangers can increase the turbine generator power. However, they can also increase the pressure drop, causing high pumping power. Therefore, in the development of heat exchangers, we need to strike the balance. Additionally, to evaluate the performance of individual heat exchangers, I propose the heat exchanger performance index, HEPI. Every heat exchanger geometry has an optimum heating condition to maximize the HEPI. You can compare the maximum HEPI between heat exchangers to select the best one for your design. Currently, I am conducting research to find the high HEPI heat exchanger geometry using computational fluid dynamics, CFD. Here is another application. As I mentioned, the FFT model can calculate the theoretical available power. By using some simple assumption of back-work balance and the irreversibility of heat engine, the required mass flow rate of deep sea water to achieve a specific net power can be calculated, as shown in this diagram. At the beginning of the project, like a pre-feasibility study, you can determine how much deep sea water is required for the power generation. Additionally, you can consider the application of intake deep sea water for other projects such as SWAC, aquaculture, cosmetics, and more. The FFT model has a variety of applications and will support system analysis. I'm very happy to share the details in the paper in the future and would be very open to collaboration. Please feel free to contact me via email or LinkedIn. Since this is a video presentation with no direct communication at the conference venue, I hope to meet you in person in the future. I hope you enjoy the video. Thank you for your attention and time.
Which is another video, but this one's development of turbines in Indian OTEC program. This one is from, let's see, just a second here. Prasad, sorry, I'm going to get your name wrong. Duhang Rakokar from the National Institute of Ocean Technology, India, Energy and Freshwater Group, scientist.
Greetings from India. I'm Prasad Udgaonkar. I'm a scientist in National Institute of Ocean Technology. We work in a group called as a research group called as Energy and Freshwater Group, which works on various sources of ocean energy. That includes wave energy, hydrokinetic energy, as well as ocean thermal energy. So essentially today I'm going to talk about the turbine development in India. Especially I'll discuss the things that we have done, and also I'll just throw some light on the status of the Indian turbo machinery manufacturers and its potential for supplying OTEC turbines to the present projects and the future projects of OTEC. I'll share my screen. So we, National Institute of Ocean Technology, come under the Ministry of Earth Sciences of Government of India, and we are based in Chennai. So greetings to you all who are attending the 10th International OTEC Symposium from Brazil in person as well as online. So I'll start talking about the subject that I'm asked to talk about. So as all of us know that the Indian subcontinent is surrounded by oceans from all three sides. So on eastern side, we have Bay of Bengal, Andaman Sea. Then on south side, we have Indian Ocean. And on west side, we have Arabian Sea. Majority of these Indian waters, the oceans that surround Indian subcontinent, provide a kind of very encouraging, as I say, conducive environment where the temperature difference of 20 degrees Celsius and more is present over almost 65 to 70% of Indian exclusive economic zone, which itself is almost a little more than 2 million square kilometers. And we also have very, very long coastline, several thousand kilometers. So it is only logical that we look at ocean thermal energy as a very promising source for supplying baseload power, if not immediately for the mainland, but at least for the remote locations like, say, the Lakshadweep Islands, as well as places in Andaman, and also other places in the globe near equator where there are islands, small islands, and which are in need of energy and water. So as OTEC goes, essentially we talk about, we really work on closed cycle OTEC, which uses a ammonia like low boiling point fluid, and essentially it undergoes pressurization, expansion, again condensation, and again evaporation essentially. Most importantly in this case is the boiling point of ammonia at different stages in the process have to match the seawater temperature difference that is available, and essentially it is a high pressure system. Now we also work on open cycle OTEC where the seawater itself is partly flash evaporated, but the system pressure has to be very, very low. But it is environmentally very benign system. No special precautions have to be taken as they are needed for ammonia in closed cycle OTEC. Closed cycle OTEC turbines essentially are smaller in size relatively when we compare to open cycle turbines of the same capacity. Open cycle turbines are supposed to be are required to be very large, mainly from point of view of very low density of the medium, that is essentially water vapor. Now, briefly, I'll just go through the status of turbine industry in India. We have three types of industries which supply hydro turbines for hydropower plants. Then this ecosystem is very well developed. Recent addition is going to be probably the hydrokinetic turbines. That work also is essentially spearheaded here at NIOT, where I am working. But more or less, this the capacity of supply of hydro turbine industry is very, very good. That is followed by steam turbine industry, where the research and development has advanced in recent times. Definitely, there has been international collaboration that has helped this progress. And also what has really worked well is the indigenous academic research, like several IITs and NITs which are there, which essentially carry out academic research through research scholars and faculty. The manufacturing part of steam turbine industry also is very well developed in terms of infrastructure. And we in India has got several large-scale steam turbine manufacturers, and which are very regular suppliers to the internal Indian needs, as well as the other neighboring countries, as well as in countries in Africa and other countries in Asia. So steam turbine industry per se has got a very good kind of a status of progress. When it comes to gas turbine industry, we have to admit that R&D is still advancing, and there is significant amount of indigenous academic research that is going on. But the R&D is, and also the R&D for industrial and aero engine product development is definitely has got momentum, especially in the recent couple of decades. But a lot of work when it comes to, say, materials, as well as especially high temperature, the material that can withstand very, very high temperature, which are prevalent in the combustor, as well as the turbine blades have to face while operation, and also the fatigue that is involved in that. Industrial turbines essentially are more probably are available in gas turbine industry, but when it comes to aero engine development, still a lot of work needs to be done. Manufacturing setup, definitely there are many plants which are set up by global gas turbine manufacturers. Indian companies also have set up started manufacturing the gas turbines for industrial applications as well as for aviation applications, but mostly it is through joint venture. Now, why it is important to really see the kind of readiness of industry, turbine industry is essentially we talk about OTEC. OTEC has got very peculiar requirements. The first one is the closed cycle, where the ammonia is a very unconventional working fluid per se. At least till the date, it is considered to be a very unconventional working fluid, which undergoes a kind of a series of kind of transformations in the process, Rankine cycle process. Then the second one is again unconventional when it comes to operating condition. Now, this both types of turbines can be designed using the principles of conventional turbo machinery, but what has definitely happened is the unconventional nature of working fluid, the kind of safety that is needed, the safety precautions that are needed to be taken for ammonia, using ammonia for the closed cycle OTEC. And also when it comes to open cycle OTEC, the kind of the sizes that we are talking about for large scale power production has become a kind of no hindrance, and that also has affected the Indian turbine industry for its potential for designing and supply of such turbines. Mainly, it is, but going beyond that, looking at the progress that Indian industry has achieved in steam turbines, there is definitely a potential for design and supply of these turbines. And this willingness of this turbine industry, not only Indian, probably globally also, essentially is driven by the quantum of business, which essentially talks about the scale of turbines and the numbers. Definitely, recently, the kind of inquiries that we have floated, and we have done quite a lot of handholding while designing some of our turbines. We have realized that now Indian industry definitely has some of edge, and definitely has demonstrated potential for designing and supply. Now, we at NIOT, we are kind of encouraging many manufacturers to get involved into OTEC turbine development, and we are essentially helping them right from making them understand that it is possible that for them, that with their skill and expertise, and probably with some kind of guidance from us, they will be able to develop turbines and supply turbines. So while reaching this stage, we have ourselves undergone various stages of development. I'll just very briefly give an overview of what NIOT has been able to do in terms of the OTEC turbines. Here we go back to the time around 2000, where a very ambitious program of 1 megawatt OTEC, essentially it is called as Indian OTEC experiment, was taken up. It was a offshore plant supposed to be on the barge mount, on the floating barge, and which was 72-meter long, and with some specialities like, say, moon pools, 3 moon pools, and tractable cold water sump. The equipment essentially was designed and installed on the barge also. So here the turbine essentially had 1 megawatt of capacity, and you can see the ammonia flow rate also close to 27 kilogram per second was it was designed for. This turbine was designed, fabricated. I believe the turbine blade design was aided by NRDC, USA, and it was fully manufactured in India. It was also tested on the barge without load, but the loss of cold water pipe could not really lead to the desired fruits, and the project was shelved. But here you can see that a 4-stage turbine was developed, and in initial trials it fared pretty well. Now recently we have taken up a very ambitious project of a OTEC desalination plant, where we essentially this OTEC desalination plant is a subset of a open cycle OTEC system, where the flash evaporator will supply turbine, supply very low pressure water vapor to the turbine, and the exhaust from the turbine will be sent to the condenser. Now this project essentially is meant for an island named Kavaratti in Union Territory of Lakshadweep, which is in the Arabian Sea. Now, here we have kept a target of 100,000 meter cube per day of desalination water. Now, here we are using the surface condensers so the condensate from the condenser essentially can be used with a little bit of treatment for remineralization. For this water can be used for drinking purpose by the islanders. There is already one plant which is only desalination, where there is no power is produced. Now this second plant essentially will augment the desalination capacity of the island, and definitely it is expected to ease the stress on the islanders when it comes to, say, available drinking water. So this is an ambitious plant, and this is supposed to be self-reliant in power, and we don't expect any power to be drawn from already strained island grid. Now the two very critical components essentially are, one is the turbine that operates at very low pressure, and the second is the cold water pipe to draw seawater from 1,000 meters. So this project is going in full steam, and we have been able to develop this turbine and fabricate this turbine, which has got around 3 kilopascal of inlet pressure. Now this open cycle turbine, as its nature, uses very high specific volume water vapor, so naturally it leads to high steam flow velocities and logically very high metal velocities. So the blade design becomes a bit peculiar, it becomes challenging. And with the know-how that we have generated from the lab scale turbine development at NIOT, we have been able to design this turbine by hand-holding with a private industry in India, south of India. You can see this, the turbine design has undergone blade sizing, the turbine sizing, then the computational fluid dynamics and analysis for performance prediction, then quite a lot of finite element analysis, dynamic stress analysis, fatigue life estimation, and then eventually the turbine has been fabricated, and its testing at the factory will begin very, very soon. Now we have set up one, the basis for all this work is essentially our OTEC desalination test facility. It is a laboratory which we have set up in our Chennai campus, where we have set up closed cycle OTEC using R134A and an open cycle setup as all we know, which works on steam, very low pressure steam. So we have developed one 2 kilowatt R134A turbine. Again, the sizing of the turbine, then the CFD analysis, performance prediction, and its other system design, including the seals. Seals are very critical when it comes to, say, closed cycle turbines. So we have been able to develop this turbine, and it has been fabricated pretty kind of pretty with ease with local expertise that is available. We also have developed a 1 kilowatt open cycle turbine. The size of so the capacity of this turbine is limited by the limitations on the supply of warm water as well as cold water. So we have set up a very elaborate kind of system for testing the turbine. And here we can test different condensers. We can also test different turbines whenever we will need to do. So this turbine also underwent usual cycle of sizing, then performance prediction, then the dynamics studies, and also stress evaluation and ensuring that the turbine essentially remains flaw free, so that we will be able to test this turbine at over a very wide range of speeds. So this turbine, special care has been taken to push the critical speeds beyond very close to 30,000 RPM. So this turbine has been designed and also tested in this laboratory setup very elaborately. Now, based on the learnings that we have been able to gain, we have started working on larger turbines. Now, deep ocean mission, that is a very ambitious mission by Government of India, that is playing a role of catalyst in this large-scale turbine development. And the vertical 5 under deep ocean mission is about energy and fresh water, where we are designing at the moment offshore OTEC plant with 10 megawatt of gross power and the desalination capacity of 5 million liters per day. We will definitely have adopted a modular approach, which is very logical thing to do. And typically, the ammonia turbines capacity is going to be 2.5 megawatt each. And for open cycle turbines, the capacity is going to be around 250 kilowatts each. Now, this is being developed, both turbines are being developed in collaboration with Indian industry. In the meantime, we also have helped a petroleum industry to to make them understand the OTEC and the things which are involved in setting up a smaller OTEC plant. As a part of that, we also have been able to design a 4-stage turbine with gross power of 2 megawatt. All in all, what I'm trying to really say is, now that when it comes to design, we have been able to handle the design of turbines for various capacities, rated powers. The industry is there to support our designs and fabricate the turbines. And they also have been able to really understand the design nuances of OTEC turbine design when it comes to ammonia, as well as the low pressure vapor turbine for open cycle. So we are doing quite a lot of handholding with various turbine manufacturers for this development of turbines. So I'll just, as a brief overview of what we have been able to do at NIOT is, we have developed lab scale turbines, and we also have developed one small plant scale turbine for Kavaratti desalination plant. A 250 watt kilowatt turbine is under development at the moment. When it comes to closed cycle turbines, we have developed 2 kilowatt lab scale turbine which works on R134A, and one 2 megawatt turbine design also has been completed. And as a part of deep ocean mission, we are developing a 100 kilowatt ammonia turbine and a 2.5 megawatt ammonia turbine. And we believe that Indian industry is now ready for supplying these turbines. And definitely this capacity building will also help other project teams spread all over the globe to realize their dream of having OTEC plants. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present the status of turbine development and the status of Indian industry, Indian turbo machinery industry when it comes to ocean thermal energy conversion. So for any queries about the things that I have presented, you can contact me on the email ID that I have provided on the screen. And thank you so much.
That brings session 4 to a close, Outreach and Research. We're just going to take a few minutes and set up for our second panel, so just give us about 5 minutes and then we'll begin. move the podium off. You sit here and then.
Não vai ter slide?
Even if the love was hurting, I'll be yours again. I can feel the fire's burning, give me more. So tell me, would you feel my love? 'Cause I can't ever get enough. So tell me, would you feel my love? Yeah, I can never leave 'cause I need it, that feeling. Let me feel your love. You can make me let go. Forget about the world for a while. You had me at hello. I'm drowning in the blue of your eyes. Even if the love was hurting, I'll be yours again. I can feel the fire's burning, give me more. So tell me, would you feel my love? 'Cause I can't ever get enough. So tell me, would you feel my love? Yeah, I can never leave 'cause I need it, that feeling. Let me feel your love. Let me feel your love. So tell me, would you feel my love? 'Cause I can't ever get enough. So tell me, would you feel my love? Yeah, I can never leave 'cause I need it, that feeling. Let me feel your love.
I want you for the dirty and clean. When you're waking in your dreams, make me bite my tongue and make me scream. See, I got everything that you need. Ain't nobody gonna do it like me. We are burning at a high degree. And you make me feel like it burns and it hurts. Baby, this part of the rush. This is us. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? What is love? Yeah. I walk it, I talk it, I live it. What we do behind doors is our business. On my body, he giving me kisses. I'm wet when I'm wet, I'm popping like Adderall. Baby, dive in my beach and go swimming. Let's go deep, 'cause you know there's no limits. Nothing stronger than you when I'm sipping. I'm still gonna finish, I'm drunk, I ain't had enough. One day you hit and you ghost, telling me lies and it's killing me slowly.
Okay, I hope everyone's heading back to the room. We're going to start again. So our next session is the second panel. This is our last session of the day. So as long as you pay attention in this panel, then we'll give you an opportunity to have a drink or two at the reception afterwards. So pay attention, enjoy the panel. Our panelists will be introduced. This panel's theme is OTEC for Oil Industry Decarbonization. We are asking Professor A.C. Fernandez of the Laboratory of Waves and Currents to be the moderator, so I'll hand it over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. So let's do typically half an hour panel on decarbonization from caused by OTEC. So I will invite 4 eminent persons that belongs to the field. The first one is Professor Carlos Belchior from Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. He could sit there in the panelist place. Thank you very much, Professor. The other contributor is Dr. Daniel Carvalho Fonseca from Petrobras, please. The other is Professor Alexandre Alho. He's one of the collaborators in the field. He's offering a space and his expertise to build a possible experimental facilities. Please, Professor Alexandre. And also, finally, Professor Robinson Diaz, that is specialized in electrical systems. He also is collaborating with OTEC proposals. So I want to ask you if you, between the 4 of you, if someone wants to start, or I could indicate someone. Okay, Daniel, it's a great person.
I was just checking the microphone button, and now I realize that's my turn. That was a very interesting day. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the organizers, also the other speakers. It was definitely, I mean, we went deep on OTEC details. And I would like to start this panel saying that we are part of this, the transition. It's happening. And I mean, decarbonize our operations, as I mentioned during my, my talk, is part of our strategy. And it's not only because it's part of our strategy. I think it's a practical way to see how oil and gas can finance the transition in terms of we are going to experience, to test, and to research this kind of renewable sources, renewable energy, including OTEC. That for now is still other renewables. So sorry for that, Karina. But since we can think on the implementation of such projects for that purpose, we are going to gain knowledge and the scale for application also for the power generation, for the grid itself, for a more electrified future. So I think it's a natural way that the transition will happen also in terms of research and demonstration of such projects.
Talk a little bit about the decarbonization, which is the topic of the panel.
Yeah, that's precisely my point. Now we are investing our efforts in terms of renewable power generation to decarbonize. I mean, to have low carbon power so that we have a lower carbon footprint on our operations, so that in the future that knowledge will be transferred also for, I mean, power generation itself. So it's we have to keep in mind that we're still going to need oil and gas for a while, and it's quite relevant, I mean, to keep also the carbon footprint of the oil production as low as possible.
Sorry, could you talk a little bit about the targets that you present during your presentation? You mentioned the targets about some targets for 2030, 2026. Do you think they are feasible? First, if you please, could you recall the targets and then talk about that?
Yeah, there are, I mean, some overall targets, I mean, related to overall, like, the absolute emissions reduction of 30% related to 2015, I mean, the year of the Paris Agreement. The carbon intensity of oil and gas production today it's already 15 kilograms of CO2 per barrel produced, and the target is to keep that until 2030. And beyond that, the target is to be, I mean, the operation net zero in terms of scope 1 and 2 emissions in 2050. There are also specific targets related to methane and also to the downstream segment. That's not precisely, I mean, the subject of our discussion today. But yes, they are challenging, especially, I mean, the target to be net zero, but they are feasible. It's a matter of investment and also to be bold in terms of, I mean, the electrification level and what technology we are going to implement. And they are quite challenging, especially because they involve assets that are already operating right now. So, I mean, to change such systems that are already in place offshore, it's quite complicated, and that's the most challenging part, in my opinion, at this stage.
Okay, thank you very much. I will pass the word to Professor Carlos Belchior.
Well, thank you for inviting me for this participation. I really appreciated the papers presented here today. And I think OTEC is finding new areas where it can be a source for power production. I'm especially now at the moment working with Professor Tatalo in a study for FPSO, floating production and storage, offloading. And it's just showed out. We realize that in this platform, we have a high temperature source. It's the exhaust gas of the gas turbines that's produced power. And the offshore platform is in the sea, where we can find at 1,000 meters, as presented in the papers today, a very low temperature. The combination of this high temperature exhaust gas from turbines and the low temperature of the sea will certainly be a very efficient thermal system for increasing the energy efficiency of these platforms, especially when we can combine the steam cogeneration plant with the organic plants, the offshore organic plant. And that showed out to be a very good installation that we should study and research. Well, we should research, but one phrase that has been told today that is kept in our minds is that a lot of papers has been produced about offshore technical office, and very few engineering has been also produced. I think that we should also produce more engineering together with the papers that that showed up the efficiency of the plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Good point. Professor Alio, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, 1 hour ago, I will not be here. Professor Tatalo invited me to come to take part in this panel just 1 hour ago. And I started thinking, what I'm going to talk to you in this panel. And there's a big challenge for me, and I think for everybody, related to OTEC. It's about its slow efficiency as a thermal plant, right? And I started thinking about OTEC when Professor Joel invited me to join the OTEC Brazil, OTEC Brazil team. And since the first time, I started thinking, how can I say, outside the box, because, of course, we can improve the efficiency of heat exchangers, we can improve the efficiency of turbines, pumps, and pipes, and so on. But I think if we start thinking with a new idea, and what's this new idea, and I want to share that idea with you. And I think it will be very interesting, and we have a great potential if we combine different renewable energy sources with OTEC. So not only work with the OTEC concept in an offshore installation, but let's think in using, how can I say, wind energy to produce a small amount of energy to combine with OTEC to be a source of, how can I say, the source of the pump, to supply power to the pump, okay? So you can achieve a global power from OTEC that's, you are not, how can I say, diminishing the total power using, or so, diminishing the total power, discounting to the total power, the power of the pumps, and the power of all the auxiliary equipment that need to work with OTEC. So I came here to share with you this idea that I'm working on this idea right now, trying to combine different renewable energy sources with OTEC.
About any word about decarbonization?
I think that's the idea. OTEC is about decarbonization. And if we combine different renewable energy sources with OTEC, we can achieve a better result. I think the better result we're going to achieve with this idea.
Okay, thank you. Professor Robson Dias.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, I'm here, I'm the same page as Professor Alexandre, so I was just invited for participating in this panel. But my background is electrical engineering, so I usually say that all these resources that you are building in the ocean is you need to connect it to the grid. So this is a big challenge. You usually think that the problem of your colleague is solved. So, for instance, you already think that the float platform is a small issues, and you compare with a dynamic cable. And we are here. We are participating in several R&D projects, and they are very multidisciplinary projects. So we can have an idea of the challenge between the both sides. So, for instance, we have a big challenge to explain how is important the time response of OTEC, because if you are supply the energy for an island, for instance, is the only one source of generation, we have some transients that could be an issue, and also you have a ramp-up time. And for electrical engineering, we are working a very small time scale, for instance, microsecond and to milliseconds. So this dynamic is very important for us. And of course, people that work with OTEC think that everything is solved. And we have a big challenge when you go to a hub generation, when you want to combine OTEC with different sources like wind. So wind is a very high variable source. And if you combine both and you connect it to the grid in a weak grid, you may have some fluctuation in the voltage and frequency that could be a big concern for the electric equipment. So we work together with the naval engineers so as to have a robust solution, and they are able to, for instance, decarbonize FPSO, as Professor Baker mentioned. And there is another big challenge because it's a constant load almost the time. And you need to, if you combine with a variable source, wind, or wave, and another kind of source, how to guarantee the stability of the system. So we need to think another solution. We need to have a power managed system so as you are able to manage the sources, and also sometimes you need storage. And storage is not a solved issue, at least for electrical system. And you come up with a battery system. And battery system needs volume and footprint. So it's another big issue that we manage it and try to manage it and work together to have this solution for existing system and also for new system. So some oil and gas company are proposing a full electric system or all electric system, and we need to provide energy for them. And the solution can come from the shore, can come from the grid, the main grid in the case of Brazil, but you also can have an isolated system like a power hub plant that you can supply energy for this kind of system. So all these challenges, at least for electricals, is not solved, so we are work together with naval engineering to try to solve all these issues. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Diaz. Then I'd like to open to the floor. Any suggestion? Thank you, Roy.
You were talking about how you could integrate and keep the system stable. We have a design that does just that. And the way it works is you use the wind as the startup power that you need, as he mentioned, to get the pumps. But we put multiple OTEC systems on the same vessel. Once it gets the first one running, you use that to start the second, third. The odds of all four of them going down at the same time is very, very small. You still might want backup. It depends on what you're powering. But as far as the stability of the system, I understand what you're saying. You don't want it to drop off. So if you need, our platform will hold about 100 megawatts of power, right? But it's in chunks of 25. So as long as they can make do with 75, you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
These are some good comments. As far as decarbonization, I wrote down the figure 15 kilograms of CO2 per barrel of oil. Is that correct? Which is a target that we should shoot for. And I'm interpreting relative to on the end. Yes, I don't know your name. That and I note your comment on using the waste heat off a gas turbine. I could go in depth to that because we worked on low temperature cycles with geothermal and also a Quinn cycle with respect to a gas turbine. Integrating that on a platform with heat transfer and heat exchange takes a lot of space. And then attacking the 15 kilograms would be to replace the gas turbine driving the compressor, or pumps, with an electric motor from an OTEC plant. That would go farther to reduce the entire CO2 component if there was no burning of gas on a platform at all. Now, with respect to adding wind on a platform, we've sort of touched on this before, and Roy just touched on it as well. The incremental cost of adding a wind plant to an OTEC plant. Remember that the OTEC plant has to run continuously. It does run continuously. It doesn't speed up, slow down. It runs all the time. So if you were depending on adding wind power to run the pumps, it could contribute into the system, but all you're doing is pushing electricity into the cable. You're pushing electricity in the system. So does it pay for the incremental cost for a wind plant at a 14% capacity factor versus adding extra pumping power or adding more heat exchangers for more performance in the OTEC plant? That's what you have to look at, because adding wind or solar on an OTEC plant is only adding intermittent low capacity factor power. An OTEC plant is the steadiest, the greenest, and most baseload of any natural power plant. With respect to an island and having the storage, I might say that if I were Fernando de Noronha, I could supply the entire island with an OTEC plant. Now, if you made a very small OTEC plant, and this is more logical for a Grand Cayman, for instance, you could make an OTEC plant for Grand Cayman that was 40 megawatts that supplies their entire base load. Their additional high capacity load would call for more power. Well, then they'd run their diesels. Fernando de Noronha would do the same thing, but it's a much smaller installation. When you put an OTEC plant off Brazil, it supplies 100% power into Brazil because you have a large power load. So it depends on the user and how you augment the base load from an OTEC plant with respect to what else is needed on the island. You have to look at your costs. It all comes down to cost.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me some comments here.
Okay, go on.
You are totally right. We in our project we are considered different scenarios, and also we are considered different mix of sources. So it's important to take that in mind. Of course, if you connect the OTEC to a strong grid, probably gonna have any problem. But if you go to a weak grid and you have a very variable load, that could be an issue for electrical system.
Any other comment? Okay, go on.
Sorry, I'm going to switch from moderator to the other side, so I'm going to take a seat over here. So one of the things you said that was very interesting is that you have existing assets. They need to decarbonize. You have heat and you have cold nearby. So what would it take from the oil industry to start researching or start implementing or start working towards taking advantage of that heat with a deep water intake pipe for a combined cycle, or, you know, because this could be a way to keep your existing assets, decarbonize them, then bootstrap to offshore OTEC, because it's waste heat. We do that already with factories. We've done it in Japan. It's similar, it's binary power generation systems, same technology, same heat exchangers. It's taking advantage of a different power source, so a little bit different turbines or something, but you have the resource, you have the asset. What do you need to start getting there? Is my question for you.
That's a great question. That's actually a research line that I didn't brought today, like in the mix that I just mentioned, because we are not at this stage looking at that from the, so to say, power generation perspective. It's more energy efficiency action. So we have already new designs with 100 meters cold water pipes. We are looking for, in stage to increase that for 400 or even beyond that. That's, every time you have a colder source, you can increase efficiency, for example, for intercoolers or even to cool down the air for the existing gas turbines. That's on the radar for sure. And you're right, that's going to benefit also OTEC, because the dynamics of this deep hyzer intake, it's quite similar. But yes, we are considering that for sure. Yeah, there is a specific research line for that.
Any more questions, please?
Satya. So to all of y'all, question, I recognize that you have wind potential here in Brazil, from maybe north to south, I don't know where exactly. But what are the challenges in your experience or opinion, having wind, offshore wind, or any experience that you can share? Challenges, yeah? Difficulties and so on. Thank you.
You meant offshore wind, right? Okay. You want to start?
Mainly the main challenge is the cost, because we have a lot of land, you have a lot of space and area to have onshore wind. So if you go to offshore, we have some challenges like the transmission system. So we have also the connection points to the main grid. We have a very large electrical system, and then we have some challenge to connect high power, book power to the system. So we have on one side the high cost of offshore system. We have the challenge of the transmission system to the coast through the cables. And also we have a lot of landing to have onshore systems. So it's a balancing. Now maybe it's not the moment to have the offshore system, even though we already have some research line to be prepared to have this system in Brazil. So for this point, I think it's more a cost issue. Okay.
Just a quick one, following the comment from Benjamin. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that wasn't going to be quick.
Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm going just to complement what Robson mentioned. That's it goes a lot on regulation, of course, as many other markets in the world. There is a way to find the right balance between subsidies and incentives for the offshore wind market. I would like to add is that the connection with, the subject of our panel, decarbonization, represents a huge opportunity for that, because you need power consumers, someone to buy this electricity, and we have offshore assets that are eager to decarbonize. So it's probably a win-win situation that at some stage we will find, the right balance of how much can we use this energy to decarbonize so that we can push this market forward, for a more broad utilization on the country. But the other aspects that Robson already mentioned, since, the competition between also onshore, even wind or solar generation and so on, is still a matter of finding the right balance between the regulatory subsidies and incentives.
Just as I said, a fast one. Following the comment from Benjamin, I have to say that we in COP, UFRJ, we have a very long history together with Petrobras. The research center is inside our campus, right? So we work with them for maybe 40 years. And what we are doing right now in terms of research is actually talking about OTEC. We are thinking about how OTEC can help on the decarbonization of those assets, like a symbiosis. We don't want, for instance, by now, to substitute the gas turbines, because it's not economical, right? We are doing some studies on some particular turbines from an FPSO. If you just change the temperature of the inlet air of the turbine, you already start producing more 4 or 5 megawatts, which is I don't know, $200 million OTEC. So we believe that, as Benjamin said, we can. Yesterday I had a meeting with Professor Ikegami, and I use I don't know if he liked it, but I use a joke, which I call the Kumejima model for the offshore industry.
So we believe that OTEC at some point, not of course producing that 150 megawatts for the FPSO. We know that we cannot do that right now, okay? Because of engineering, we still need a lot of engineering. But we can look at particular opportunities and maybe propose smaller systems and clever systems that can help the oil companies on this process. And what we gain back is, of course, the advance of the TRL of our technology. So if we help Petrobras on these 15 kilograms target, they will give back to us more field-proof technology. So I think it's a win-win situation. And I hope that on the 11th, we'll be able to present already some results. And also, just one thing, we have another symposium for OTEC on the offshore mechanical Arctic engineering next year in Canada. So you all are invited to send the papers. We are, me, Professor Fernandes, and Professor Ikegami, we are organizing it. So please, we can continue this discussion in that symposium. So that's what I had.
Okay, I think we have our own time. Send my word back to Benjamin, so go on.
So
Finish the panelists. Thank you very much.
Welcome and round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Thank you very much. So we do have 2 more panels tomorrow, which will continue these discussions. So, of course, as we do more presentations, get more involved, we'll have more opportunities to discuss, of course. We will have a very important meeting coming up in just a few minutes, which is our socialization time. But before that, we do have one more part of our program, which is our closing. But this is a special part of our closing. So we're going to do our award ceremony for the Uehara Prize. And so I'd like to ask to bring up our slide deck. So the Ocean Thermal Energy Association has one of our activities is to give out an award for people who have made a significant contribution to ocean thermal energy development. So I'm going to have the same problem everyone else has had with this. Okay. So a few of you have heard through the presentations today Uehara, the name. And so this is Professor Uehara. So he led research in Japan. Japan has been researching OTEC for more than 50 years now. And so he is the professor that started that. His successor is Professor Ikegami. And so there's been a direct connection. And so through Sagi University and OTEA, we try to recognize significant contributions to ocean thermal energy and other thermal energy technologies. Come on. There we go. So the prize we're going to present today is in memory of Professor Haro Uehara, known as the father of Japanese OTEC. He's an inventor of the Uehara cycle, which is an additional advanced Kalina cycle. Unfortunately, he passed August 11th, 2017. He was born March 28th in 1940 in Nagasaki, Japan, graduated from Yamaguchi University in 1963, and joined Kyushu University as an assistant professor, where he also received the doctorate of engineering. He joined Sagi University in 1966, eventually becoming the president in 2022. So president of the entire university was working on OTEC. That's pretty good for us. After retiring from Sagi University in 2005, he was founded an NPO, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion Promotion Organization, and was awarded an Order of the Sacred Treasure, a Japanese medal, in 2015. In 1994, he invented the Uehara cycle, an adaptation of the Kalina cycle to lessen the load for condensers by extraction of vapor from the turbine. So, background of the Uehara Prize. The idea of this actually started at the 5th International OTEC Symposium, so more than 5 years ago. And this was held in La Réunion in 2017. So unfortunately, after he passed, during that discussion, we should memorialize him, but also bring the community together in an important way. So that's where the discussions and thoughts for this prize was first started. So, without further ado, these are our previous recipients. Our first award was given in 2018. Dr. Vega from Hawaii was in charge of the 210 kilowatt demonstration at the NELHA. And so he was recognized for his contribution to OTEC development over many years. There we go. In 2019, Dr. Purnima of Nyata was awarded the Uehara Prize for her work in developing multiple OTEC and LTT projects in India. Now, as we heard today, those projects are still continuing, and she leads the team developing those projects. In 2020, Dr. Tom Daniel was awarded the 2020 Uehara Prize, and he was a director of NELHA and also contributed to bringing OTEC and deep water intake to Kumijima during the feasibility study phases of the implementation on our island where I live. In 2021, Dr. Hyungju Kim was awarded the Uehara Prize. He successfully led the development of the offshore OTEC demonstration test in 2019. Unfortunately, of course, the pandemic stalled the further development of that project, which we all understand, but he was very successful in that demonstration, which has now produced the largest scale OTEC system to date. And in 2023, from Mexico, Professor Miguel Angel Alatorre Bendita was recognized for beginning OTEC research and development in Mexico, and they also created a very small-scale lab to start research, which is now developing into other projects throughout the country. So this year, we'd like to ask Professor Ikami to come up to present the award. This year's recipient is Professor Bakar Jafar from Malaysia. So as many of you know, Professor Bakar has long been working on OTEC in Malaysia. He founded the OTEC Center at the University of Technology Malaysia. He led one of the OTEC symposiums, I think it was the third one, in 2015, sorry, thank you. He recently supported the development of new legislation for Malaysia supporting OTEC and has contributed in many other ways as well. So we're very pleased to be able to present this award to him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to travel here. He said it was too far. He didn't want to get on a plane that long. But luckily, we do have his colleague and successor, Dr. Satya Obama, here to accept on his behalf. And then we also have some remarks from him afterwards. So first, we'd like to turn it over to Professor Ikami to share the award. And photos, please. Sorry.
Okay, one photo, please. Okay.
Oh, it's not going to work. Come over here.
Right away. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we have a video, right? Okay. Hi.
Okay, and then if you could show the video.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, the leadership of Ocean Thermal Energy Association, for having named me as the 6th recipient of Uehara Prize at this 10th International Ocean Thermal Energy Conversation Symposium in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This week. I'm Abu Bakar Jafar. I'm attached to University of Technology Malaysia and at the UTM Ocean Thermal Energy center. I'm very much humbled by this recognition, and here I would like to take this opportunity to share with one and all my long journey since 1975-76, when I came across the subject of ocean thermal energy, when I spent my time as a research intern at the US EPA Industrial Environmental Research Lab in Cincinnati, Ohio, back in October 1975 to 1976. And the subject of my report that I prepared, partly in order to fulfill a degree, master degree in environmental sciences at the Miami University, Oxford, Ohio. In general, the subject is on the conversion of solar energy into hydrogen. And when I was as a research grantee at the East-West Center during the period 1980-1984, I was very fortunate to be an OTEC student to the late Dr. John Craven. And I believe if he's still alive today, I think he deserves this prize before anybody else does. So I had the opportunity to serve as an advisor to the National Security Council Secretariat of Malaysia, and one of the activities of this committee on the continental shelf is to carry out the survey of the South China Sea during the period 2006-2008. And since we have ample vessel time, we had the opportunity to survey the South China Sea, especially along the Taba Trough. And to my surprise, and to the surprise of many of us, that the temperature, the bottom there is about 4 degrees Celsius. And since then, since 2008, we have been promoting the idea that Malaysia should explore and develop this form of renewable energy. And as you can see here, of the state of Sabah and Sarawak, where the waters are deep, I think we have a potential at least 26,000 megawatt, and 20,000 in the state of the state of Sabah, and another 6,000 of the state of Sarawak. And I was very fortunate to have met Professor Dr. Yasuyuki Ikami for the first time during the IOC Westpac workshop on marine renewable energy in Malacca back in February 2012. And at that workshop also, I met my longtime associate since 1997, Vice Admiral Chintani of Hydrography in Japan. And I had the opportunity to be the guest of the government of Japan, and I had this defining moment when I visited Kumijima, Okinawa, and I was received very well by the mayor of Kumijima, Joko Taira, and his staff in July 2012. And back in May 2012, when I was still assigned in New York, and I met the former Vice Chancellor of University of Technology in Malaysia, and he offered me to join the University of Technology in Malaysia and to help the university to set up and establish this UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center, and so it's been established since 3rd January 2013. And this is the photo of the early batch of researchers. The center was headed by Professor Dr. Muhammad Noor Musa. He was our first director of UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center. And when he retired, I took over. And now the present director of the UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center, none other than Dr. Satya Bama. And fact, in February 2014, University Technology Malaysia and Saga University entered into education and research collaboration agreement, and we had the opportunity also to visit Saga University, visit the facility at Emari, as well as to visit the deep seawater and all the spin-off industries of OTEC in Kumijima. And this is the agreement for cooperation on this education research between UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center and the Institute of Ocean Energy, Saga University. And we had the opportunity to install and commission these 3 watt of micro OTEC, and now has been with the UTM Center, OTEC Center since 2015. And UTM was given the honor and pleasure to convene the 3rd International OTEC Symposium in September 2015. And on the 19th October 2018, University Technology Malaysia and Saga University secured R&D funding under the Japan Science and Technology Agency Science and Technology Research Partnerships for Sustainable Development, in short, SUTREPS. And our UTM also received funding, a matching fund through the Malaysian Higher Education Ministry. And this is a 5-year project extended to another year till June next year. And under this partnership, we have now installed, tested, and commissioned this hybrid open and closed cycles of OTEC system, and we call it the Malaysian model. I believe I've been advised this is the first of this type in Southeast Asia, if not in the world. And this is the title of the partnership: Development of Advanced Hybrid Ocean Thermal Energy OTEC for Low Carbon Society and Sustainable Energy System. On the top left, you can see the completed building where our hybrid OTEC system facility is installed. And this is our publicity brochure. And on the 5th November this year, we received the visit of the Japanese and Science Technology Agency officials, as well as the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia panelists, together with the Chief of JACA office in Kuala Lumpur. And here I would like to share that this year we made much more progress in the commercialization of the OTEC technology, and through our promotion all these years and series of briefings, including those at Malaysian Investment Development Authority, Ministry of International Trade and Industry, and the Sabah Energy Commission. And the Sabah State Assembly approved on 25th April this year the amendment to the Sabah Energy Enactment 2023, where the definition of renewable energy includes ocean thermal energy. On 22nd August this year, the Sabah Energy Council at its first meeting approved the application of 3 companies to which SUTREP OTEC team had given series of presentation support to explore and develop 100 megawatt OTEC projects each in the eastern part of Sabah. And these 3 OTEC projects will attract capital investment up to 2.2 billion US. And those 3 companies have been awarded with conditional letter of approval, each on the 15th October this year by Energy Commission of Sabah. Those companies are Satu Teguh International Berhad, and Ocean Thermal Energy Services Sdn Berhad, and Senar Harapan Konsultansi Sdn Berhad. And I believe that through these endeavors, and as evident of the activities, that spin-off activity of OTEC taking place in Kumijima, Okinawa, Japan as well, on the big island of Hawaii. I believe that OTEC technology could easily fulfill all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I must take this opportunity to thank my counterpart since 2012, none other than Professor Yasuyuki Ikegami. Thank you, Prof, for your close support and cooperation and collaboration. And also I must take this opportunity to thank my fellow research leaders under the SubTraps OTEC program since 2019 up to next year. And also to all my fellow researchers, students, UTM OTEC staff and OTEC alumni listed here, to thank you for your continuing support, and we're looking forward to a sustainable future. Thank you very much. Arigato.
Everyone thirsty? So we do have a small reception in the previous room where we had the coffee break. So we'll head over there. This does end our first day, but make sure you're back here tomorrow. Bring your friends because we have a lot more discussions, 2 more panels, and a whole nother level of delving into OTEC for Brazil and the world. So thank you for your participation and cooperation today, and we'll see you tomorrow. I did forget, please give another warm round of applause to all of the staff and Sobina for the wonderful organization and coordination today. Thank you.